All right. Good morning, everybody. Let's go ahead and throw this up. And let's get started here. All right. Good morning. We could jump right over to the game screen here. Let me get my Discord post made first. Gotta get the Discord post. All right. We're sounding off. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Happy Saturday. Good to see you all here today. What's up, early birds? Early birds in the chat. Lynn Love in the chat. Ellie Finch, Stray Heart. Good morning. Ham Labs, Brielle Basor, Tokyo Chan. Welcome in here, Pessimisaurus and Jessica. What up, Hilly Bear, Abyss Sans, Red Museum. Good morning, Prof Unknown. Good morning, Sage the Spirit over on YouTube. All right, I'm diving into some Pokopia this morning. Gonna be diving into some Pokopia this morning. What up, Galaxy Starmite? Yeah, we're sipping on that coffee today. Where my coffee drinkers at? Fresh out of the pot. What up, PG Holmes? Oh yeah, I forgot to add that emote. Dang. Whoopsies. All right, well, we'll add it now before the show goes too far. Whoopsie daisy. I completely forgot about it after the end of the show. Sometimes it'd be like that. I'll end a show. It's the art of posting and ghosting. And I'll just get off the internet. I'm done for the day. Just get off the internet.
Coffee was needed today. H. Stay clap.
Nice. Yeah, coffee's needed today. I'm tired, man. Not feeling 100 today. I got I watched The Truman Show last night. That movie is so chill. I watched The Truman Show last night for the first time in a while, a couple years maybe. What a crazy movie. Yeah, what a crazy movie, man. I like it a lot. I watched it with like a lot more details this time. Like a lot more detailedly. And I was like trying to notice all like the little stuff. And it's fun. Fun movie to think real hard about. Fun movie to wrap your noggin around, you know. All right, we'll just what do we drop for this temporarily? We'll drop HDes Bald temporarily for this, since it's not really an emote that I use a ton. I sincerely apologize about that. I can't believe I forgot. We're just gonna do the one emote for now. We're gonna do the Midna love emote. Just HDes Midna. We'll do the other two maybe in the future. The hardest part about adding new emotes is figuring out what to take out. That's the reason why I hesitated doing it yesterday, because figuring out what to take out of our collection is the toughest part. That's the thing that stops me. That's the thing that takes me a super long time, because I have to sit here and I have to weigh all the options. I have to consider all the weights of the emotes. I usually use analytics to help me do this. If there's not an obvious answer, I'll go look at usage rates. That's the hard part, dude. Otherwise, adding new emotes and rotating them around is fun, but figuring out what to take away and what to add is so just mind-boggling. Beloved Bald? Yeah, HDes Bald is still on BTTV. If that counts or if that helps. Can we get some love in the chat for Hilly Bear hitting us with the first sub of the day, the 11-month primer? Some love out there. Hilly Bear coming through with the support, baby. You're going to be doing some DDV today, then back to Pokopia. Nice. Nice. You've been playing Pokopia, Galaxy Starmite. This game is good, man. We took a little bit of a breather. But as the title says, today is grinding day. We got to grind up some materials. We're going to fill up our material reserves, and we're going to be designing a secret base. Well, the secret base we've already started. We're going to actually be cleaning it up. We're going to sort our inventories. We're going to get our secret base moving and grooving alongside doing some material grind. We got to go get some rare metals, some Poke metals. We got to jump into some Sableye crystals. And then we got to do some photo printing of the Sableye crystals so we could just get all the event items, since I think the event's going to be ending real soon. I think I only got a couple more days on the event. I think maybe another week. Maybe it's more than I realize, but either way, we gotta get out here and do the thing. So yeah, we're doing some grinding this morning, material grinding and secret base designing here on a Saturday. Good morning and welcome in here, Pokemon Pokopian fans and Hylian Descent enthusiasts. I think I'll play some Palia trying to get money to upgrade storage for the X pack. Oh, is there like more content coming out? Is that what's going on? 64 crystals. That's not too bad. We'll probably want at least 2 of every item. But I guess once we have one item, we could just copy the item itself. Right? So I guess in all reality, we just need 1 of every item. Dang, we didn't get the Ditto Pikachu statue. Do we rebuild it? Do we rebuild it? Dang. Your lurking face when you have to lurk professionally because of work. I know, you guys like the Minda emote. It's really cute, right? Anana's Bliss did a great job. Your message to us at the end of the stream yesterday made me cry. Aw, lights. Good morning, homie. Do it and use Tink. Yeah, so it only takes an hour. I suppose we could do that. We would have to destruct it first, yeah? That's a whole process within itself. Looks good here, though. I didn't think I was going to like it. I might put some stone material around it. Yeah, maybe we'll put some sort of stone under it this time so that when we build it, it'll be on top of it. Because we probably can't destroy the stuff under it, if I had to guess. If I had to guess, it's probably just like a building. Let's see. Yep, it's just like a building. So if I want to change the material under the fountain, I would have to do it right now. So I'm actually really happy that this ended up not being a Ditto face. because I didn't even think about changing the material until right now. So how about that? No, you can't. Yeah, Galaxy Starmite, we found out the hard way that once you put a building down, you can't change the material under it. These are only buildings like, it's only specific buildings. It's like prefabs, stuff like that. Let's try though. Let's try. Maybe this one is not the same. Let's try you. Let's see if you're onto something. See, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. Yeah, it's unfortunate. So like if you put like a building like a Minecraft building up here, sure, you can build under it all you want. But if it's like a kit, like a prefab building or like this park kit, like this fountain, you can't replace the material under it. You would have to remove it. And yeah, so when you're building certain items, you want to make sure you know what you want under it. You want to kind of do that stuff. You want to think ahead, which is the worst, because I am an iterator when I design, which just means that I like to build on top of what I've already built. Sometimes I don't think that far ahead with my designing. This is why I'm not like a physical artist, because I'm not good at painting, because I need to paint in order to see what I want to paint. So like painting for me is a process of painting something, throwing it away, painting again, throwing it away, painting it again, throwing it away. Because you know what I mean? Like, as I have to continue to go until my brain creates the image that I'm trying to go for. It's weird, but I can't. I hate when games kind of inadvertently punish you. That's what it feels like. It feels like we're kind of being punished for not knowing exactly what we want to do. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Can you pick it up with a relocation kit? I could. Yeah, exactly. What's better to get a new face? I think destruction. I don't know if you can use relocate. Can you? Oh, chat's schooling me. Can you just use the relocation kit to farm the Ditto face? Interesting. Is that a thing you can do? That is quite the call out. I would have not considered that at all. All right, let's go. Do I have a relocation kit here? Let's go grab a relocation kit real fast. And a destruction kit and a new chest here. And we'll come back and we'll clean this stuff up before we get started today. You have to destroy it? Okay. You can relocate the Ditto once you have it. That's good to know. What up, Dankroot? What up, baby? Here, let me quickly reseat my capture card. I for some reason feel like it needs to be reseated. So this is just gonna take a quick second, y'all. I apologize here in advance. I just need to quickly reseat my capture card here. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Do 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 do. This up. Full screen this. Jump back over here. I didn't need to hide my camera, clearly. All right, that should be better. You guys might not have seen it, but I was experiencing a little bit of screen tear. Sometimes capture cards just need to be reset sometimes. Yeah, Sage is on YouTube chat at the moment. They're the only ones over there at the moment. Yeah, this morning, you know, people like to lurk. Good morning, YouTube. We're thinking about you. Good morning, Mary Bella. What up, Oodle Doodle? What up, Oodle Doodle? So yeah, say hi to Sage over there. Sage, do you read me? I love that. Talking to him through the chat messages. That's so funny to me. Sage, do you read me? Yeah, Midna. Our little emo. She's sitting around here somewhere. She wanted attention, but I couldn't give it to her this morning. I'm busy. Sorry, little babe. All right, let me grab I'll grab a quick chest here. Drop this off, and then we need to grab a quick kit. Yeah. We can put the park fountain away. We're not using that. And we can grab ourselves. We want a destruction kit. Oh, so we got to buy a new one.
72
or I put it in the wrong spot.
Let's go. H to scat jam, H to scat jam.
Or we put it in the wrong spot. What up, Mr. Will? And what up, Ooby Doobies? Good morning over on YouTube, and thanks for 72 months. Mr. Will. Oh, ho, 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 ho. 72. Blue Skidoo. Thanks, man. Let's grab the crafting table so we don't have to run around. We should bring some materials out there as well. I might have a destruction kit just sitting around, so I just wanted to double check. All right, let's go. Let's go. Even my weak amount of coins because I didn't play last week. Meowth, that's right. All right, what was I gonna do really quick? I was gonna go and turn on the sound effects and turn off the music. Let's do that for a little bit. Oh, it's already like that. I do love this game's sound effects, so I always want to be listening to them, but all right, we'll grab this. Yo, good morning, Minty Mont, and thank you, Spicy Sin Bun, for the gifted, dude. Good morning, Spicy. How are you today? I'm looking for a Destructo kit. Destructo. All right, then we get the materials back. And then we can just rebuild it, right? We get the kit back and everything, yeah? And then we just rebuild it. So it should be as simple as just taking it away and putting it back down again. Now we just need to quickly look and see what material we want around the park fountain. Isn't that an interesting question? Like, what do we want? What material do we want around the park fountain on the ground? Stone brick, cobblestone wall, or gravel? I don't really know. That's a tough question. I just want to have a ring of stone around it, I think. Like, I actually wouldn't mind just regular stone. A concrete, like just concrete. A nice smooth concrete around it would even be cool. I kind of want to try a couple things. Why don't I have concrete up here? I thought I had a bunch of concrete in... Here we go. All right, let's bring a couple different types with us so we can see what we're working with. Yo, what up, Cast the Casual? Sith Angel's tuning in as well. Good morning, Sith. Alright, let's see what cobblestone looks like as well. And then I don't think we unfortunately have the gravel recipe yet, so gravel's just out unless we want to copy it in the copier, which I don't. Oh, just some regular stone. This is beautiful. Or lined stone. Oh, we have lots of options. It's going to be nice. I don't think aged stone is going to be the play. Ooh, the hex The hexagonal floor looks nice, but it looks like it's metal. Stone tiling. Dude, how many different materials are in this game? Oh my God. I'm discovering more stone. Now there's stylish stone. Well, I gotta see what this looks like. Oh my God. What else is there? There's asphalt. There's fish scale tiling. This sounds great. What is this? You want to stop the flow of water. These are levees. Gray circle. Here, let's make some fish scale. Do I have any squishy clay laying around? I do. Too many mats, too many recipes. Yeah, this game went all the way. This game was going for the long haul, man. It went all the way. It went all the way. All right, there's one thing I didn't make and then we're done. All right, sick. Go drop off all this stuff and then let's get to the main event today. I got plans. I got distracted, but that's what this game does to you. What up, Celestial Nightcat? I don't know, Jessica. That was something that I was not sure about since the release of the game. That was the one thing I said on stream. Back when before this game came out, I was skeptical. All right, I was a skeptic. I was like, I don't know what this game's trying to do. I don't know if they're going to be able to capture my heart. And then, but the more I saw of the game, the more I was convinced that this game had the sauce. But there was one thing that I've been saying since before the release of this game that I was worried about. Does it have a multi-month staying power? Is it the kind of game that's going to keep people hooked for multiple months in a row and in a sea of game releases every day? Every day, new game releases. Can this game somehow break the mold? And I'm going to be real, the more time goes on, the more I start thinking about how no game's ever going to be able to stick around like AC&H. This is my new conclusion. Because AC&H, there's two things that it has going for it that no other game in this space has going for it. Right? Well, some games do, but just hear me out. It's Animal Crossing and COVID. So like Disney Dreamlight Valley has that perk, right? It's Disney. So like if a game like, so Pokopia in theory, it has the sauce for one reason. It's Pokemon. So it has the IP, all right? So like one of two things, but it doesn't have months of people being off of work. Months of people doing nothing but playing video games. So it's hard to say, you know? So here's my answer though. I have an answer for you, Jessica, now that I'm done yapping. Here's my answer. There's two different answers. Unfortunately, I have to give you. The first one is for the gamers. Will this game stick around for the gamers? For the average person out there that plays video games every day? They're not chronically online. Maybe they are. It doesn't matter. They are just regular people who play video games. All right. I think this game will be sticking around for a long time. There are people who haven't even got it yet because this game is locked behind a $500 system. So there are people out there right now that don't even have this game. So yes, this game is going to be sticking around for a while. Without a doubt. All right. However, here's your second answer. Is this game going to stick around in the arena of public gaming, streaming, content creation, the buzz, the conversation, the community? That's the part that I'm not sure about. because I'm not going to lie, the game's already fell off a cliff when it comes to viewership and when it comes to support from creators. It's already fallen off a cliff. It already can't keep up. It's done. Like it's basically like where DDV is, where like DDV falls off a cliff and then it comes back every update. This game's already fallen off a cliff, and now it comes down to DLC, or it's already fallen out of the arena of conversation. It's already out of the arena of, YouTube content might be still going, but Twitch content's already just over. Like, people have already just said, I don't want to watch this. Because remember, we had this talk the other day. It's the viewers that decide something's value. And the viewers have decided that they're over this game right now. And you want to know what I think is going on? I don't think that people were necessarily sick of this game. You want to know what happened? Tamagotchi Life. So, like, this is why this question's so hard to answer. I think it's too soon to say. I'm going to be real. I think it's way too soon to say if this game has staying power, because Tamagotchi Life came out way too close to it. So we don't know. Everyone's just distracted with a wonderful game that came out in the same arena, the same genre, Cozy. So I think that really we're going to understand Pokopia's staying power for the public as well as the streamers and the creators over the next 6 months. That's the thing that I realized. Like, we're not going to be able to tell this within just a month or two. I think it's gone quiet because I think people burnt themselves out. I think it's gone quiet because people were watching it and they couldn't play it, but they could play Tamagotchi and watch Tamagotchi. So think about your own viewing habits. Are you more likely to watch a game you can't play because you can't afford the Switch 2? Or are you more likely to watch a game you can play because you can buy it and play it on your Switch 1? Think about that for just a second. A lot of people prefer to watch the thing that they're playing. It's a vibe, right? I do the same. I love it. I love playing a game while I'm watching it. It's like such a vibe, right? It's a fun thing to do. So the Switch 1, Tamagotchi, there's all these circumstances around Pokopia that have made this game kind of fall off a cliff in the viewer space. But I don't think that's a permanent thing. I'm going to be honest. I think that this game isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Why do you think I'm right here and playing it? Well, because I enjoy it. Because my stream is mostly based off my passions. But also because I want to support this game. Because I don't think this game's going anywhere. Because I think this game is just getting started. I think between updates, I think between DLC, I don't think this game's going anywhere. And I'm really excited to see the future of this game in the Cozy space. I'm very convinced that we have quite a journey with this game. I really do feel that way. And that's just me personally. So I have zero intentions of just walking away from this game because it's no longer popular. I really like it. I fell in love with it and I want to keep playing it for now. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'll be playing it forever. I don't know. I'm still not over it yet. I'm having fun. But you guys will notice I slowed down. I kind of had to. Like, I was definitely... The aesthetic of the game started numbing me. That's actually the biggest reason I get burnt out of games. Anybody else? It's like the game's graphics and the aesthetic of the game started like weighing. Like, I started getting sick of like the bright colors and the colorful world. I needed to like take a break. So like I went and I played some grittier games and I like mixed it up a little bit and I was like, okay, I feel better now. Yeah. So like, yeah, to be honest, everybody who played this game on release needed a little bit of a break, man. Because this game like is almost too cute. I'm gonna be real, this game is too cute. So like you need a palate cleanser. It's rough. Like the game is too cute. Like I really needed a palate cleanser from it. And I don't think I'm the only person who feels that way. A lot of people jumped ship to check out some new stuff. There's been a bunch of game releases recently. Oh, nice, Luna Pog. Reason I didn't get Tamagotchi because I hate making the me. Yeah, that's actually me too. Yeah, I ended up not getting Tamagotchi. It's not quite my style game. It doesn't quite tickle my brain the way that other games do. I've never been into the style of game that Tamagotchi is. I did play it and I had fun while I played it. The two things that stopped me from liking that game, one is all of the creative input that they were requiring from me, and two, it's the thing I just said, like it's just not my style game. It's just not. So like I was never destined to play that game, but I will say that if the game wasn't so creatively heavy, I might have played more of it. And I know that you could just, but Highland, you could just follow guides online to make the characters, or you could just hit the randomize button. And it's like, but then at that point, you're not really playing the game, because the whole point is to infuse your own personal life and stuff into it. Right? So like, why would I do all that? Like that doesn't, yeah, it just wasn't my kind of game. I need to find a Bulldoze Pokemon. What's another Bulldoze Pokemon outside of Onix? Because I don't want to bring Onix here. He's too big. He's always in the way. Sorry, Onix. We love you. Bum, bum, bum. That's seriously, there's not a lot of Bulldoze Pokemon. Really? There's not a lot of them at all. Oh my gosh. Oh my lord. All right, looks like Onix is my only option here, but I can't get Onix through the front door. I could teleport with him. Oh, I can teleport with him. Go, come here, buddy. Yeah, well, I can fast travel with him. Nice. Smart. Big brain thinking over here. What up, Quirky Sloth Gamer? How you doing today, man? Good morning. Thanks, Cozy, for welcoming the community in here, by the way. I really appreciate that. Can we get some HDES waves? Welcome them on in. If you see somebody jump in the chat, don't be shy to hit them with the hearty welcome. Obviously, never any pressure, but don't be shy, man. It's a good feeling when you jump into a chat and you get a hello. Good morning, Frog Guy, by the way. I see you sneaking in, Marty Gaw. I did miss you, Marta. Good morning, Marta Gaw, as well. You have a great point on the burnout. The way people rush through stuff to get access to late game has such an impact on how long you continue to play a game and watch content. It was the same way with AC and H, kinda. Yeah, exactly. I see it sticking around in the background with regular peaks and valleys. Yeah, that's my thoughts as well, Cast the Casual. You took the comment out of my brain. You know, that's why it's funny that Jessica's question this morning was so interesting, and I was so ready to answer it, because I just thought about this the other day, yo. I just thought about the idea that, like, what's going on with this game? You know, I thought to myself, what's really going on with this game? And where is it going from here? And then I started realizing that I have unrealistic expectations. I started realizing, I'm like, dude, no game is ever going to do what AC and H did ever again. I'm not even convinced the next Animal Crossing will. I said that to my lady friend and she was like, no, I think you're wrong about that. She disagreed. And she said that she thinks that AC has the power, and that the next AC game will probably be as strong as, like, a really strong game. And while I agree with that, I'm at this point, I'm convinced that there will not be another game that goes the distance for like months for the creator space. I'm talking about creators specifically, like AC and H did. It was just a different era, man. And that actually made me feel better, because I realized I was chasing a unicorn, so to speak. I realized that. I was like, I'm never gonna find that game again. So I need to get that. I need to get out of my brain that that's ever gonna happen again. There's not gonna be just one game that I can play for a year straight, probably ever again. That's gonna be strong enough to like uphold what I do here. And I don't even think my audience wants that anyways. I think at this point we like variety, so it's like, it's cool. But it did make me smile, and it was actually a comforting comment. It was really comforting because it allowed me to let go of like looking for another game like that, because that's just not my journey. I think my journey has never been one game Andy. Like, that's not really what I'm doing here. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think that's a thing. I'll be honest. I don't think any game's gonna have staying power outside of like GTA 6. New Star Fox games look like a disappointment. Maybe it's because they keep remaking the SNES game. Yeah, so it went from SNES to Star Fox 64 to Star Fox 3DS to Star Fox Switch 2. They're all technically remakes of each other. I could understand the disappointment that they're not trying to do something new with the IP. I'm a little bit of a nostalgia baby, and I'm kind of okay with games being remade for the modern era. I will say that's the perk here, in my opinion. So the pros and cons. So the pros of Star Fox is, I think, resurrecting Star Fox 64 is what I mostly think of, and bringing it to the modern era is a really good thing, because I like that we get older games brought to the modern era. I like this because I don't want to see games die. I don't want the history of the 64 to go to the wayside. So I like seeing stuff get brought to the modern era, cleaned up, represented. I think it's cool. But I do agree with the cons here, that it breeds this idea of laziness, almost as if they aren't, capable of doing something new with the IP. Like, why are they so afraid to try to do something new? I understand that feeling. I think that's kind of what you're touching on, Mr. Will. I think that's kind of what you're touching on. I get that feeling. I respect that. I think that a new Star Fox is on the way. That's my take on it. I think that the new Star Fox is on the way. I do think that they went the easy route with reskinning, remaking, rebuilding Star Fox again, 64. I think they went the easy route. You could call it out. Call it as you sees it, baby. Calls it as you sees them. There ain't no reason to front, Yeah, I think they definitely took the easy road this time. I think so, yeah. Which, again, like, there are pros and there are cons to that. The pros of the easy road, again, bringing it to a modern light. I guess the cons being, we get less new content. I don't know. I don't know if the events will do, Master, because the events in this game can all have so far been able to been cheesed. So it depends on if they up the quality of the events. I'm going to be honest. I haven't vocalized this because I'm not somebody who likes to throw negativity into the arena, because there's enough of that on the internet. But let me go ahead and share my opinion. The events in this game are actually really lighthearted, and to an extent, they're kind of lame. Every event so far in this game, besides for Bulbasaur, has been... So there's been 3 events. Bulbasaur was the highlight. Here's an event based around a minigame. You have to play the minigame, you have to challenge yourself. It's fun. But the other 2 events have just been item-based, furniture-based. And here we go again. Everything's based around decoration. Everything has to be decoration. Everything has to be end-all, be-all decoration. And that's cool, man, and furniture is cool, but if they don't do something else with these events, there's no way they're gonna hold any weight. You know what I mean? Like, they just need to be more interesting. That's all. Like, Animal Crossing does the same thing. Like, what are all Animal Crossing events about? Getting rare furniture. But they're interesting. Turkey Day is an event. You have to go around and interact with your villagers. You have to cook food. You have to collect materials. It's an event. It's a thing. It's fun. It's interesting. And you get some furniture while you do it. So far, the events in this game, 2 of the 3 have been, go collect this item. Now you trade for this item. Like, yeah, so like to answer your question, like if events are going to carry this game, they need to start making some interesting events. And then I do think this game will be carried by DLC though. I have a prediction that this game's about to get a ton of DLC. I think this game's about to be Minecraft out by the end of its journey. I have a prediction that by the end of this game's journey, let's say 5 to 10 years from now, that might not be the end, but let's just say 5 to 10 years from now, I think this game's gonna have 5 DLCs, $20, $30 each, nickel and diming you for content, but like not necessarily in a bad way, because I don't know, more content's cool. Yeah, I think DLC is gonna be the thing that makes this game pop. I think that you drop a $20 DLC that adds a buttload of content, more story, new zones, new Pokemon, maybe even features like shinies later. Like, who knows what they could do? The possibilities are limitless. They could add battling. They could do anything they want with this game. I think that if the DLCs hit, this game's going to keep resurging. But I don't know if events will do it. I feel like a remake re-release sometimes signals a new game. Yeah, I think we're getting a new Star Fox soon, dude. Yeah. Maybe 2-3 years is what Spawn Wave said. Yo, what up, Bookworm Maya? Good morning. All right, so wait, what are we doing? I got distracted. I just cleared my inventory out. I wanted to grab Gulpin and I wanted to grab Swalot. I'll just grab Swalot. Maybe we don't need both, yeah? Yeah, we're going to collect some crystals right now. We're gonna go collect some crystals. We have 20 something. We need apparently like 70 to get one of each item. All right. I want to farm Pokemetal, but I also want to farm crystals. I think we want to go Dragonite again. Sure. I'd prefer if the event traders would have their own little setups outside. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a little annoying. Genuinely, the scavenger hunt opportunities in this game are massive, so I was a bit sad that they've been copy-paste. Let my Pokemon give me a shopping list or something for me to find items for them. So can you explain the scavenger hunt for me? For some reason, it's not clicking in my brain. Yo, good morning, Renee. Hey. And Nerdy Lady, good to see you as well. I feel like Stardew deserves to be in the staying power conversation. Oh yeah, for sure, dude. Stardew has the most staying power of any farming game I've ever seen on the... Oh yeah, dude. Stardew Valley is insanely...
Good morning.
Oh, dude, Stardew's crazy. We almost played Stardew this morning. It's funny enough. Oh yeah. As far as staying power and content, Stardew for some reason is the GOAT. What up, Jenky? Thank you for the 15 months, dude. Thank you again, Spicy Sinbun, for the gifted as well. Appreciate y'all getting some love and hype in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, I don't remember what the scavenger hunts do. How do they work? Where's my Pokemon at? Here he is. You coming, dude? All right, sick. Yeah, why am I not remembering? Have I never... Are we just talking about like the shiny spots and stuff and like our own little headcanon of... So like the initial tax with collecting things for Tinkaton? Oh yeah, that stuff, right. There are multiple islands to hide and seek items. So many Pokemon could have had fun niche requests. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. I think that would have been a cool thing for them to flesh out for sure. Why are you stuck, dude? Can't you get up here? Yeah, come on, man. Let's go, dude. Ooh, I need those orange flowers. Is the purple blob new to this game? No. Ditto's been around for a while. Oh, Swalot. Swalot is what, Gen 3? This guy right here? Gen 3, Generation 3. He's the evolution of a little green sack. A little green sack Pokemon named,
H-Day Steer.
what's his name? Gulpin. I played the game a bunch when it came out, and I haven't even bothered with Bulbasaur or Sableye. The copy-paste is kind of meh. Yeah, exactly. Right. And that can't be denied. It can't be denied that, like, that side of the game has been where it's faltered, unfortunately, so far. Right. Like, and that's very noticeable if you look at the metrics. You know, numbers aren't everything, y'all. So I hope I'm not inundating y'all with number stuff too much, but yeah, you know, like, it's like you can tell people. I think people made a decision when they played this game. You have the camp of people who decided that they were going to fully 100% the Pokedex. Then you had the people who decided that they were just going to take their time and focus on decorating while finishing the story. Then maybe you had the people who said, I don't really care, I'll do the Pokedex slowly and I'll just like start decorating once I get to post game. Like a couple different people played this game. Like, I feel like this game got played in a lot of different ways. And the point I'm trying to make is, if you played this game with a goal of completion, I feel like once you completed it, you were like, okay, I'm done. Like, if your goal was like, I'm gonna play the story of this game, once you finish the story, you were like, okay, I'm done. And if you were like, I'm gonna get the Pokemon in the Pokedex, once you did that, you were like, okay, I'm done. Yo, and then there was also the group of people who woke up and said, I'm gonna give Hylian Descent their Twitch Prime subscription. And Crystal Alpaca is one of those people. So thank you, Crystal Alpaca, for that Prime sub. I really appreciate you. I like those people. Those are my favorite people. Thank you, Crystal. I hope you're doing well today. What up, Charlie? I've only recently come back to playing it because I've been overwhelmed on where to start decorating, but I got the buzz to build a little market and a train station. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, but there's multiple moving parts, man. Like we said, I think burnout is natural. I think you get burnt out of the cute aesthetic after a while. You need a breather, especially if you went as deep. Like, remember, we're talking about, I don't know about Daz's hours, but we're talking about people like me. Like, I put 225 hours into the game. I think it makes sense that you need a little break after that. You know, like, I think it makes sense that you need a little breather, dude. Like, it makes sense. And I'm not, those are rookie numbers, dude. There are people in this chat that probably have 300. Like, yeah, people just need a break, man. What up, Pandamuchi? Are you gonna play Subnautica 2? I don't know if I want to play early access. Dude, 75 is a ton. Like, 75 is a ton. Wouldn't you agree with that? Like, dude, putting over 50 hours in any video game is a lot, in my opinion. That is when you cross the threshold of, like, burnout. 50 hours into any game is like, whew, all right, dude. Like, that's a lot. You know what I mean? Like, Pokopia is air, no breaks. I get too hung up on decorating and details that annoy me to stop from finishing anything, so I take decorating super slow. Yeah, decoration's always a slow process for me too. I feel that. Yeah, Pandamochi, I'm sorry to hear that your week has been a little crazy. I don't know if I'm interested in playing early access, y'all. If enough people want me to, I will, though. We can run a poll or something over the next couple weeks and we can see. Yeah, Subnautica 2. I'm a big fan of Subnautica, but I don't know how interested I am in early access. However, it is kind of important for me to play the things that people are interested in, so I'm not trying to create a hard rule here. Like, I'm definitely interested in checking out Subnautica 2 if y'all want me to, but I figured we'd wait on that one. Like, what's the point of playing a story game early? That's like the thing about me. It's like, what's the point of playing a story game before it's released? Like that happened to me with Fields of Mystria, and like now I have zero interest in the story of the game because I've played the game twice and every time I've been blue-balled on the story. So now, like, I don't care what happens in Fields of Mystria. It's just another farming game to me. If early access is gonna wreck it for you, no, it won't necessarily be like that. I guess I did come off that way. To be fair, I'm a professional and I'll enjoy it no matter when I play it. I just recently started avoiding early access. I just feel like it's such a bad idea. I understand that it can be really good sometimes, but I think early access is stupid. So it's mostly it's like a pet peeve at this point. I don't actually care that much. Yeah, like I'll play it, you know, whatever. But like it's like a pet peeve. Like I'm just annoyed that early access is the wave because it doesn't make sense. I think it's stupid. I don't like it. I think it's just such an obnoxious trend in the gaming space. What up, McBritches? I have trauma from Subnautica 1, no thanks. Where's my Pokemon at? Is he gonna... Okay, there he is. I wonder if he'll just stay there so I can go dig up materials and not have to worry about him. What do you guys think? Do you think he'll just stay there so that I can just go grind materials and then come back for him? Or do you think he's gonna like disappear or something? He'll complain in a while. Because trying to keep that dude with me is obnoxious. Like I'd rather just go farm at Matt's rope, you know? I was just curious. I could have sworn you mentioned recently. Yeah, I did. Yeah, we talked about it just a little bit. So when Subnautica 2 come out? Or in early access? I'm starting to feel like that. Early access is stupid and no point. Personally, I think if they do an early access, they should offer a demo story so that the full version is still fresh. I would love that. I would love that. Phasmophobia is still in early access and that hasn't turned out well. Yeah, it's not. It's just, it doesn't make, it's just not. You know, I'm not here to pretend like I know what's best for video games though. I don't want to, I got to stay in my lane. Listen, I'm just a gamer. You know, I don't know what's best for video games. I can't pretend like I know. I just know that playing an unfinished game leaves a first impression with me where a lot of times I don't want to go back to the game. But again, we're talking about personal gamer me. We're not necessarily talking about streamer me. Streamer me is a little bit more accepting because this is also how I make my living. So like, whatever. You know, but like as a personal gamer, like I don't really engage with early access anymore. Next week on the 14th, cool. Give him a snack and tell him not to talk to strangers. Is that how you deal with your Pokemon? Early access ain't what it used to be. Yeah, it's just like, here's the way I see it. I love revisiting video games, but in all reality, I only revisit games that I truly fall in love with. So if the first time I play your game, it's an early access and I put, let's say, 15 hours into it, and I enjoy my time playing it, and I'm like, all right, dude, I'm probably never going to go back and play the game again. Anybody else? Like, think about it. Like, I got 15 hours out of it. Like, I'm good. Like, I'm done. Like, oh, well, I'm kind of left without an ending, and I'm kind of left wanting more, and it didn't really hit me hard because the game's not finished, but I had fun playing it. Am I ever going to go back and play this game again? I don't know. I think I'm done. Like, how many video games do y'all never go, like, what's the ratio of games you play and then games you go back and revisit? Like, what's truly your ratio of games that you play and then you go back and revisit? What's that ratio? Like, so let's just say for conversation, you play 10 games a year. How many of those games do you go back to over the years? Let's just say, like, over the next 10 years, you play 10 games every year. How many of that, what percentage of those 10 games do you actually go back and revisit over years of your life? For me, it's probably like 1 to 2. 1 to 2. So maybe 20% I'll return to. Maybe 20%. So you see what I'm saying? Do you guys see the problem here? Early access, you're in the 80% most likely, dog. Like, I'm talking to the developers right now. You're the game I'm gonna play, and I'm probably gonna forget about in the sea of 1,000 games that I own. And I'm never gonna go back and get the full experience that you were trying to deliver. I'm not gonna experience your art. I'm not gonna experience your storytelling. I'm not gonna experience your full vision of your game. I'm just gonna play this weird half-assed version of it. I'm gonna say, okay, and I'm never gonna come back. That's the problem. Like, I'm not even getting the real experience. I'm not getting your vision. I'm not getting your gameplay. Why would you as a developer want this to happen? Why would you want your art to be exposed this way? Like, that's like putting your painting in the museum downtown Cleveland when it's a quarter finished and presenting it to the world and saying, this is my quarter finished piece of art. I want you to examine it, love it, and cherish it. It's timeless. And people are going to see and they're going to say, well, where's the rest of it? And you say, well, the rest of it will be here in 3 years. You can wait for it if you want. You're going to have to pay money to see the rest of it. Like, would you even care later? You're just like, okay, well, 3 years go by. Are you even thinking about that art anymore? Are you willing to pay money to see the other 45, 50% of it? Like, that doesn't even make any sense in any other medium on the planet Earth. You don't go and you don't buy a quarter of a movie and then get asked to come back 3 years later. Now they do that actually with movies. Never mind. Scratch that. They do trilogies and like The Hobbit's the worst example. So never mind. Never mind. They do that with movies actually. Yep. Never mind. Yep. As soon as I said it, I was like, actually, The Hobbit is like the most egregious form of this. They took a book that's this big, turned it into 3 movies, and just left you blue-balled the whole time. I'm not saying The Hobbit's bad, by the way. It's okay. It's just, the book was this big, dude, all right? Like, don't get me started on The Hobbit. Don't get me started. Golden Compass is the worst example of this. That in the whole process of painting or just any form of physical traditional art, there's always phases and it kind of seems to be ugly or has a few flaws before it's finished, or you're just not putting out a unfinished piece of artwork. You're also putting out a flawed piece of work that impacts the view as an artist, right? Like, there's so many negative sides of early access, and I only think that the positive sides of early access are money. And money runs the world, so people do it, right? Like, the positive side of early access is money. There's 2 forms of money that come out of early access, chat. And this is like a little bit of a teeny education thing, because not everyone knows this. I can only tell you about Steam. So Steam has programs around this. So in Steam, if you go early access, that first early access release, Steam will promote you if you get a certain amount of wish list. And then they offer you a second promotion if you go into full release later and you have a certain amount of wish list. So Steam promotes this hogwash. It gives the developers a bunch of incentive to do multiple releases by teasing exposure to them and saying like, oh, well, if you do early access, we'll put you on the front page for a day. And then if you can hit a certain amount of wish list in your early access period, then we'll give you even more exposure. So it's money. And secondly, it's actual money, because these are small developers that want to do this for a living. So instead of doing it the hard way, the gritty way, doing it while they're working a regular job, this is easy for me to say, by the way, I don't want to come off ignorant. Instead of going out and working 3 jobs while they're developing a video game, instead of getting a source of income outside of the game so that they can develop the game while also living, they do early access, because early access gives them money to fund the production of their game further. It's money. So think about it, like in some ways this is a positive thing, right? It's like, okay, you're 2 people making a game, a true indie game, and you need money to make this game happen because you have to give your full-time energy to it. So you go early access, you ask for $20, you sell 1,000 copies, and now you can pay your rent for 3 months, and now you can develop your game full-time. Right? So it's interesting because early access can be a very positive thing. Right? It can be a really positive, like, and wonderful thing in that scenario. But I don't know how many 2 developer studios out there are out there. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like unfortunately it's not just like 2 developer studios that are doing this. I think that's the scenario where it's a good thing. You know what I mean? I think that's like a real positive scenario where you can help 2 developers make their dream come true. You can make a small studio make their dreams come true, but with early access, right? So I think it's like a real positive thing. I think it's a real beautiful thing sometimes. So I don't have a problem with early access entirely, you know? I think that it does have its place in the gaming space. It's just not being used properly. It's, you know, Dazza said, it's not what it used to be. And that's the real sad part, because I feel like it isn't actually really, it's not quite being used the way it used to be. It's a little bit too common now. I think it has more of a negative impact than a positive impact, and I think developers are stuck going for it because they want to live through their art, man. Nobody wants to work 8 jobs while they're working on a video game. They want to live through their art, man. I know, I do it. You know, like, I get it. Like, you want to live through your art. You want to be able to develop a game. You want to do nothing but develop that game. You don't want to actually have to struggle while you make your game. You know, you want to really give it your all, and that requires early access and some extra money, you know? So it's a weird world in the gaming space and how that all works. It's just unfortunate that the product for us is a bunch of half-finished games and false promises and the occasional gem that comes out because of this process, right? We can't deny that some really beautiful games have come out of the process of early access. Think about it. Beautiful games, right? So let's not sit here and say that it's always bad. There has been some beautiful games. So like it's not a doomer conversation at all. It just comes down to a frustration for a guy like me who just misses the era when I would get a game and it was finished. Am I like asking too much? Am I just a big whiny boomer baby? Like, all I ask for are finished games. You know, like, that's all I want, dude. Like, I'm not asking for much. I miss when I would go to the store, buy a game, and it was just done. It was just finished. It was just like, oh yeah, here's the game. And I play it and I'm done and I don't have to think about it. I'm not waiting for the day 1 patch or the next update. You know, like, it's like, oh. Well, Coral Island is like, it's funny that you bring up Coral Island because Coral Island's a sore subject for me. Because Coral Island, it did its 1.0 release and the story still wasn't finished. So here's a game that goes in early access and I wait. I did one episode and I waited 2 years. Finally, the 1.0 release comes. They're like, whoa, it's coming out. I sit down and I do a full playthrough of the game just to find out that the whole story's not done. The whole game's not done. They're still adding content even though it's 1.0. What do you mean? That was actually when I first decided to put my foot down on early access. Because even when you do finally release the game, it's not even done. Like, what do you mean? Like, I waited for this. Oh, it's not done yet. Gotta wait for the next update, dude. 1.2. It's just like, dude, like, I didn't even talk about this publicly at all. I was so put off by Coral Island. I was so put off, dude. I was like, dude, why are you doing this? So, like, you know, maybe one day we'll go back. I do have plans to go back to Coral Island. But man, was that a frustrating experience for me. Because, like, I thought the game was finished. It said 1.0. Like... Deluxe Aloha, February issue. Aloha, Alola. A new and up-and-coming challenger has been attracting a lot of attention at the Battle Royale Dome on Royal Avenue. The challenger's name is Gladian. He's the guy that uses the type null. Yeah. Within a single day of his arrival, he and his type null won a master rank match. I know this guy's name. I played his game, but you want to know why I really know who this guy is? Because of TCG Pocket. Is there anyone out there who can defeat him? Yeah, it's so funny. I actually know who he is mostly because of TCG Pocket. I forgot who he was. I haven't played Sun and Moon in a long time, to be fair. Does Nintendo ever do early access? Like, unofficially, I've argued that Animal Crossing New Horizons was early access, but a lot of people disagree with that, which it's fair to, I've come around on that conversation. I actually think that it was a pretty finished game on release, but it also felt like it needed more. I don't know. That's like a whole conversation though. We've talked a lot about that. We talked a lot about, like, you know, was ACNH technically an early access game because of the way they treated it? They treated it with this like multiple update path and stuff. But again, that's like a can of worms because that's opinion, right? There's no facts. The fact of the matter is that you could have played ACNH for thousands of hours on release and you wouldn't have known the difference. And I think that's the key to the conversation. Is that if you didn't tell anybody about the future updates, if you just gave them the game and said, play this, you could put thousands of hours into it. You know what I mean? Like, so like in all reality, was ACNH really early access if you could put thousands of hours into it without an update? Yeah, like I think I've come around on that conversation. I think I'm wrong. Looking back at it without all the updates, yikes. What about Disney? I don't know. I don't remember what Disney Dreamlight Valley was like out on release. So we can't talk about DDV because that's a live service. That's a different kind of game. Live service games are a little different. What's up, Matcha May? Also, you're good, Pandamochium. You didn't bring up a sour subject or anything, but you did bring up a subject that I was passionate about. Yeah, don't worry too much. Anytime I fall into a conversation like this, usually it's because it's something I'm really passionate about. That's all. I'm not upset or anything. Nothing sore. So, yo, for the Pokopians in the chat, is this a good floor for me to dig for rare Pokemetal, like right on top of the moss? Or am I too low? Is this like the perfect spot? Is Dankroot out there? Or is this too low? I'm like right on top of the moss layer. I know you're supposed to go like 6 blocks down or some nonsense. I dig where the moss is. I dig from the beach. Digging from the beach is interesting. Is that just because it's low enough? Is that why you say that? Because the beaches are a lot lower? Go to the beach, go 6 blocks down and go wild. Go to the beach, go 6 blocks down and then go wild. Okay, let's go do that. Which Pokemon would you like to have an event for? As long as it's not megas. No, I'm just kidding. I'm such a mega hater. Can you get out of here? That's a good question. What Pokemon do I want in this game? They've weirdly enough like hit all of my favorites. They've like weirdly enough hit like a lot of my favorites in this game. That's really funny. I don't know. There's so many Pokemon. I always go blank at these types of questions. Anybody else? Yo, what's your favorite Pokemon? All of a sudden, the Poke Rap starts playing in my head. Wartortle, Squirtle, Aerodactyl, Almond Knight, Slowbro. I'm good. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, I like Aggron. That's a really cool answer. Aggron's a really cool answer. I love that answer, Malachi. I do like that line a lot. Good old Aggron. All right, so we just go 6 blocks down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, more ghost Pokemon would be cool. What's a Pokemon that... What's a Pokemon... Ice. We need ice Pokemon. I want Paradox Pokemon. Now that they've been announced for TCG Pocket, that's what I want. Oh, wow. You can get rare metal under the sand. Dude, I see what Dazza was saying. So it's way cheaper on your food. That's cool. I don't mind cooking a bunch of food, though. Oh, yeah, it wasn't an official announcement. Yeah, I want Paradox Pokemon. I think Paradox Pokemon are sick. Teddy Ursa's a good answer as well. Yeah, no worries, Pandamochium. You never have to worry about bringing up a topic on stream, everybody. You know, my choice to kind of yap about something, whether I yap about it passionately that gets mistaken for anger or frustration. It's rarely anger or frustration. Usually just passion. Yeah, don't ever worry about that. I choose to yap about stuff based off of my mood, based off of if I'm in the mood to talk about one subject versus a bunch of little subjects. Sometimes I'll lean into a topic because I don't want to have small talk. Anybody not a big small talk person? I'll give you all some of my secrets here. Let's pull back the fourth wall. If you guys catch me yapping about something, a lot of times I do this on purpose because I'm not in the mood for small talk. I don't like small talk. I'm gonna be real. I've never been a fan of small talk. You catch me at the office, I don't want to talk to you. Don't ask me what my day's like. Don't ask me about the weather. I don't know who you are. You're just a dude I have to show up at work and see every day. I don't care about what's happening on the news. I don't care about sports. If you're not here to talk about video games passionately, I don't want to talk to you. All right, so like I'm not a small talk guy. Now, let's take a look around you. So highly in descent, you're not a small talk guy, but 90% of your job is small talk. You sure made a great decision. Well, yeah, so sometimes I just choose a topic and I yap about it. Sometimes I just choose a topic and I yap about it. All right, don't worry. You guys never have to worry about that stuff. I talk about stuff because I choose to talk about stuff. A lot of times I'm just like, I wake up, I'm tired. I'm like, I don't really want to go through the how are yous and you know, that whole small talk side of conversation. So I just yap about something for 20 minutes. Makes the time go by. You know, we spark a good discussion, you know, whatever. As long as it's not politics or religion, I think it's fair game. Yeah. I hate sports talk. Dude, I started watching baseball just so I could fit in public when I was working in the kitchen still. Like when I was working in a kitchen still, I started watching baseball just so I could be like, so, how about the Guardians, boys? And like, I would purposefully choose one player's name and I would go to the discussion and I'd be like, so how about, and then I'm pulling out my notes. How about a Ramirez? Yeah, how was he at bat? Did he how about pitcher? How was Ramirez the pitcher last night? Huh? Yeah, how did he do? You know, how about that game? And I just have no idea what I'm talking about. It's like, yeah, how was Bill? Yeah, that coach, Bill. John. How do you do, fellow humans? Yeah, like I straight up like had to fake the funk because otherwise I'd go to work and I would just be talking about, yeah, so I caught myself a Squirtle yesterday and I evolved it and then I shiny hunted a war turtle and I was playing Legend of Zelda and I got a Master Sword and I saved Princess Zelda and her axe is real fat and I love it. It jiggles. So it's like I had to like become a human. Get out. I do that anyway at work. Most people don't know about truly interesting topics. Yeah, they really don't, right? Well, it's not, you know what it is, that baby? It's that people go out wearing their mask and they're like afraid to show their true selves. So instead of just being like, this is what I'm interested in, they're worried that what they're interested in is going to be frowned upon or looked down upon or judged, or even worse, you're going to get attacked because you didn't realize that the thing that you liked was directed by like a sexist freak and you didn't know. So you're like, hey, everybody, you know, I love this movie. And everyone looks at you like, you like that movie? And you're just like, okay. So everyone's afraid to talk about anything because like there's so many landmines in real life. There's so many landmines, right? Like, don't you dare go and share your passions because you just never know when something's just bad and you're just like, oh no. Well. I think talking about specific subjects in a really big details is not small talk. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. That's true. That's exactly what I try to do. Specific subjects and big details, I like that. Small talk is the art of like, hey, how are you today? I'm good. How are you? I'm well. Or, hey, you notice the weather today? Sure is sunny out. Yuck. Or like, You catch that Browns game? Sure did. Oh boy, was a banger. Oh, yep. Like that's like small talk, like non-consequential conversations that like don't go anywhere, that have no depth, that you're only having to fill the awkward silence in the room. That's the definition of small talk, right? In other words, my life. I think small talk comes really easy for some people. Yeah, the funny part is small talk comes pretty easy for me, actually. I'm actually like, I guess I'm kind of being facetious on accident. Because as much as I don't like it and I claim that I'm not good at it, I can talk to anybody about anything at any time, actually. Like, you see me out in public and I'll just yap with people. That's why this is my job, because like I'm good at it. Yeah, like funny enough, like now I'm not good at keeping up at sports and stuff. That was all true, but like, dude, I'll jabber jaw about anything. Yeah, I'm really good at small talk, actually. I just don't like doing it. Yeah. It just annoys me. Yeah, funny enough. I love awkward silence. The Browns are the best football team without a functioning quarterback. Is that their deal this year? It's always something. There's always a problem with the Browns. We never just have a year where things are normal. We're never just a normal team that plays football. It's always like, oh, this guy was abducted by aliens and he lost his ability to throw the ball halfway through the season. And it's like, oh, there's always next year. I feel like small talk is often looked down on. You can make genuine connections with people through small talk. Yeah, I've made some genuine connections through small talk. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I have. I can think of a couple situations where I've connected with people through it. Yeah, I don't think small talk is necessarily bad. It's just not my vibe. I'm a very social person but if I'm forced to be social, I don't like it. That's my problem with small talk. Small talk to me is forced social activity. And forced social activity doesn't feel good to me. And that's literally my only problem with small talk. I don't think it should be weird that I don't want to talk to you if I don't want to talk to you. Like if somebody walks up to me and says, hello, and I don't want to reply to you, why am I the jerk? That's my problem with small talk. What if I don't want to, why is that rude? Why am I rude because I don't want to say hi to you? Maybe I'm just not in the mood to say hi to you. Maybe I'm just not in the mood to have a conversation. So why does society look at me as the problem because I don't want to say hi to you? I'm just not in the mood to say hi. So, but society says, oh, it's not a big deal. You could say hi. You're being a jerk. Oh, what's the big deal? What's the problem with saying hello? You can't say hello? Come on, dude. Just say hello. It's not a big deal. That's my problem with small talk. That's my problem with small talk. Because it feels like a forced interaction that society is making me do because it's the right thing to do. Oh, the right thing to do. Well, I've always been a rebel, all right? I don't know about the right thing to do. I do what I want to do. Yo, what's up, Weirdo of Kings? I'll take a different path if I'm walking if it means I avoid strangers that start small talk. Yeah, we've all been there, dude. We've all been there. That's funny. So yeah, you know what I mean? That's it. That's my problem. Now, obviously, I understand social norms, and I understand, like, I'm an intelligent enough person to understand the social threads of society and why it feels bad when someone's being friendly with you and then you don't reply back, right? Like, I get it. I'm a very empathetic person, right? So I understand that, like, it doesn't take much out of your being for your average person to stop and say hello. In fact, I do it every time I walk past somebody. Hello, how are you today? However, not everyone's built the same, man. And I genuinely have been in situations in life, and so hear me out, where I was so drained socially, so drained mentally, that I didn't have the ability to say hello. That is how I felt in my heart. I was so dragged down, so depressed, so burnt out, that uttering the words good morning felt rough. That felt hard to do. It felt physically hard for me to say that to a person. And then the worst part is that when you do pull it out of you and you're like, oh, good morning, then you get the follow-up. Oh, what's wrong with you? Having a case of the Mondays? Because a lot of people aren't socially inept enough to just leave you alone. You know, somebody who's socially inept, you know, they would say, okay, this person doesn't want to be talked to. They'd walk away. But a lot of times people don't. They cross boundaries. They start asking, poking you, asking, what's going on? What's wrong? So you know, I understand that social norms and stuff require you to, you know, I get it. It's not a bad thing. But I've been in situations in life where I genuinely didn't have the mental energy to say a word to someone. And that's where it feels unfair and forced and not cool. You know, like that sucks. That's mega suck, dude. Like and not everyone can relate to that. Not everyone understands what it feels like to be so dragged down that you can't utter the words hello. Not everyone can relate to that. And if you can't, that's fine. But like, I've been there, you know? I used to party a lot in my 20s, and the social burnout mid-party is such a struggle because no one accepts you just want a minute. Yeah, like, it's a real thing, you know? So, certainly not, it's not that I don't understand the place of small talk and human connection. I think that stuff's super special, but, you know, don't put the expectation on me. My hospital has mandated trainings for all staff teaching you how and when to greet people because it feels bad for patients. So now we're going into a different conversation, right? I do think that if you are at a job, that's a whole different story. So like, I'll give you two examples of where if you go to work and you're the employee who's the grump, I've been that person, I think that that's a problem. I think that if you go to work and you're not talking to people and your employees are saying good morning to you and you're being a punk and you're just like, well, I don't want to talk to you. I think at that point, that's a problem because you are in a public place, you are in a professional environment, you are being paid to be there, and you can't be the person in the room who's being a jerkwad. I also think that if you're paid in retail, if you're paid to talk to people, if your job is interacting with humans, you better buckle up. You better strap on your boots and you better put a smile on your face. That's your job. That's your job. You are there to talk to people. Take a day off. Hopefully you have a job where you can take a day off if you need one, because like not every job works that way. Because like that's a job. That's a different situation. I feel like I'm talking about those situations where you are in public and somebody walks up to you and says hello to you. You don't know them, they're a stranger. There's a sense of obligation to interact with them, and that's a sense of that sense of obligation I've ignored a lot in my life. I'll just look at you and walk away. Like I don't know, because I'm not gonna put pressure on me to say hi to you. I don't know you. I don't need to talk to you. You know? Like, that's more of what I was talking about. Like, I do understand, though, like, if you're going to work, dude, like, you got to do your job, man. I had a really rough March, and quite a lot of people noticed, to the point to where HR lady called me in for a wellness meeting. Oh, that's rough, dude. I learned to manage that as a teen by wearing headphones everywhere. Yep, same. I wear headphones everywhere I go outside. A lot of times I don't even have music on. I just put them on so I don't have to talk to you. Yeah, pro strat. Yeah, that's funny. So yeah, I just wanted to go a little further into that because Saidi's comment made me realize, like, I might be coming off the wrong way. Like, that I'm a pretty social guy, chat. Like, and I totally respect the social norms, and I respect that you can really connect with strangers with a simple hello. And you want to know something I respect in a lot? For me personally, I also really believe that the difference between somebody having a good day and a bad day might just be a hello from you. I believe that in my heart. I don't care how cheesy that is. And I make a point to say hello to people on the street just to give them a little bit of extra love, just to make sure that that human connection is thriving, because there is something very human about your talking to your fellow man and saying, hey, good morning, dude. I don't know who you are, but good morning, and giving them a smile. And I have the luxury of doing that without getting creeped on, because ain't nobody gonna creep on me. I'm a look at me. I'm not being creeped on, you know. So it's a little different for some of y'all. You got to be careful, right? But like, you know, I'm just a guy just hanging out. Like, I'm not gonna get creeped on or anything. So like, I like throwing out smiles and saying hello and stuff. I think it's fun. Yeah, staring at your phone. Yeah. That's a fun one, right? Like, just staring at your phone until somebody walks away. No, even that sounds too rude for me, I'll be honest. Even that sounds too rude for me. Nowadays, my new trick is the Hasbula. Now my new trick is the Hasbula. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can. Oh, I found it. All right. This is my new trick. So when somebody walks up to me and I don't want to talk to them, this is what I do. I do this exact gif. I don't say a word. I just do this. I just do that. I call it the Hasbula. It's worked in public officially once. I haven't tested it in too many other scenarios. It was a good feeling that people noticed. Yeah. Your employees and stuff are usually coming from a good place. Some people just push it a little too hard in the public places, but you know, you can't choose all your employees in life. That's just the way it goes, you know. Where I live in a small town in Mexico, everyone says good morning or good afternoon when you walk by. I mean, everyone, so I get used to saying it. I like that vibe. I've always been the dude that's willing to say good morning and then always gets asked for stuff. Because I just have too kind of a face. So people always... I've had so many situations in life where people have walked up to me asking me questions, asking me for things. Like, it's pretty crazy. Anytime I travel, I'm almost guaranteed to have somebody walk up to me and ask me for help. Every time I travel. And it's like, it's so funny to me because I'm like, dude, there's so many other people in this establishment. Hundreds of people are in this place. Why are you walking up to me? Why am I the guy? Why? It's the beard. How are you today, Dolore, by the way? Good morning to everyone who's just rolling in. We're just yapping here on a Saturday about anything. Anything and everything. We're just yapping. Good to see you, by the way, Calico. I read your message, but I didn't say hi to you. Good morning. Nerdy Lady over on YouTube says, at work, I always make a point to say hello and good morning to the janitors, custodians, and maintenance workers. It's sad how often they look shocked. Yeah, I guess they're in a position where people are just like, whatever. I understand that, yeah. Yeah, slippy slope. That's a rough situation to be in. I will admit, I had some pretty rough patches as an employee in my past, where I would let my outside life and frustrations affect my demeanor at work, and it would affect my employees, you know. And now I worked in a lot of kitchens and stuff where it was actually very normal to show up to work pissed, drunk, high, and you just forced yourself through the day and nobody said shit to you. So in all reality, like, it wasn't that big of a deal for most of the jobs I worked, but I did work in some social retail jobs where I had to like learn how to like, that I couldn't just show up to work disheveled and like beat up and upset and all that, because like I was affecting the mood of the building and like the people around me, you know. But like, that was a very normal thing in the kitchen world. In kitchens, dude, you just show up to work pissed off every day, and that's just normal. Everyone's just mad at each other, and that's just the job. I swear to you, let's say I've worked 10 kitchens. I think I've worked more than that. Let's just say for conversation, I've worked in 10 different kitchens. I swear to you, 9 of them, everybody just showed up to work pissed off every day. Everyone was just always angry at each other. And that was just the norm. That was just how life was working in kitchens. Everyone was just always mad at each other, pissed off, angry. Somebody was half drunk. Somebody was always sipping on vodka on the line. like every kitchen except for like one I've worked in was like that. It's pretty crazy. I've worked 1 or 2 kitchens where like it was actually like a family and people were actually like supporting each other and people didn't show up to work hating life, and it's pretty nice. Working in restaurants is nuts. I was a server and back of the house hated us. Oh yeah. I haven't decided if I'm gonna move all my Pokemon to our friend's visit island. Oh, are you talking about Pallet Town? You're not sure yet? Yeah, I'm still not all the way sure what I'm doing with Pallet Town. I have some ideas. Today we're gonna go build the secret base after we farm up materials. Well, we already have the secret base built. We're gonna actually try to give it some wallpapers and stuff. And kitchens always seem to be angry places. Yeah, it just depends on the kitchen. It's all about the ship and the captain and who's running it. And unfortunately, most kitchen captains are burnt out themselves. Underpaid, undervalued, underappreciated, burnt out. You know, it's sad to say, but most kitchens I've ever worked in, it's not the employee's fault. It's usually management's fault. Usually the employees are just like super beat up, underappreciated. It's pretty gritty work. So when you go home at the end of the day and you know you're not, it's tough. It's tough. I remember at one point I worked in a kitchen where it was such a high volume, and washing dishes, I was washing dishes, and it was such a high volume kitchen that you didn't have any time to breathe, and you had to move so fast that like there was no way, you were pretty much leaving every day soaked. So you, halfway through your shift, you were soaking wet, everything from head to toe, your shoes, your socks, your feet, everything was just soaked, and you had to work the rest of your shift soaked. Anybody's going to be miserable in those circumstances. Anybody. It's tough, man. It's not forgiving work. You know, anybody's going to be miserable spending 4 hours literally in wet shoes, wet feet, everything. Like, it's just not fun. Worked at Bonefish. Yeah, what up, Shellfire? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, like the old school Gen 3 bases. That's right. We're going for a secret base. And it's going to start with our storage room, and then we're going to do a secret base with inside of it. My storage room is the secret base, technically. Good thing I got plenty of vibrant hamburger steaks. All right, let's see. Let's check how many materials we've collected. I've collected 26 rare and 3 stacks of regular, so it's right on point. It's 10. It's that 10%. Just like we said, dude, my nose is itching. Stop. It's 10%. It's like pretty much exactly 10%. Did you ever have to wear the shoes for cruise? Yeah, I have worn shoes for cruise. Yeah, shoes for cruise. That's right. Boy, was that a throwback. Shoes for cruise. Yo, enjoy your lurk, Sage. Thanks for hanging out today. What up, Diamond Blade? What have you been up to, man? Happy Saturday. I still have a pair of mine. I use them for walks. Work life keeping you busy? It be like that sometimes, yeah? All right, we're gonna farm up a couple more stacks, and then we're gonna fill up our inventory before we leave. Then we just have to decide. We should have brought a chest with us so that we could drop stuff in the chest and then bust it open. Because then we could leave like all this sand behind that we probably don't need. Because that's the secret. Just leave it all on the ground. I also have a bunch of chores to catch up on. Yeah, not too much, but enough. Enough to keep me busy. Yoshi game comes out May 21st. May 21st. What's up, Mary Meredith? Yeah, we're playing Yoshi. We're playing Yoshi this month. We're playing Lego Batman. It looks like we're not playing James Bond because it's not coming to Switch 2 right away. So sorry if you were looking forward to maybe Light No Fire or whatever. Whatever it's called. I don't remember. Light something. We won't. James Bond got delayed off of Switch 2 till summer, so maybe we'll play it then. Maybe. You would trip and fall before you slip. The shoes for cruise. They were pretty clunky, huh? Oh yeah, I forgot about the Mandalorian movie coming out. I want to go see it. Is it coming? Did it come out yesterday? Is there going to be a Nintendo Direct soon, Meredith? The predictions are June or July right now. You would think it would be June because July feels really far away. But at this point, I really don't know because Nintendo is in a weird position where they're not really being so forthcoming about stuff. So it's hard to predict. I think it's going to be June or July no matter what, though. If you haven't seen the series, you should maybe watch it first. That's good to know. What's up, Kat? I actually have to get up real quick to go get some coffee, and I'm going to give Midna some pep. Yo, we got a new emote of you. Yeah, we got a new emote of you. When are you going to let me pick you up? Come here. Nope, not going to happen? Okay. No. None of that. All right. I'm going to get some coffee. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Thanks for your patience, y'all. What up, Cosmic? Just seeing the discussion about the scrub nuts. That's funny. I'm sure that a lot of people question what is this when they see that emote. Yo, thanks for the 20 likes over on YouTube, by the way. So Malachi, if you're still around, they said random thought, but I think this game proves that all the more AC would benefit from going back to its roots with less focus on design and more story and longer term goals and accomplishments. I agree with that, man. I think that is where Animal Crossing shines. Super long-term goals, massive progression systems, buildings that you need to build multiple times to evolve into massive skyscrapers. Let's just be real, New Leaf did it. New Leaf did it. New Leaf had all the progression systems built in perfectly. You know, in some ways, give or take a little bit of flaws. Think about it. Think about how people are still playing New Leaf to this day, hunting down public work projects. Think about that. Think about how there are still people to this day that are logging into New Leaf, hunting down the police station public work project. Now, for some of you, that might be PTSD, but I say that that's good game design. I say that that's good game design. I think that's exactly how it should have been. You should have systems that you're working towards the whole time. But like systems that matter, stuff that's going to affect your village and your town over time. Buildings, establishments, unlocking stuff, Brewster, upgrading the TNT Mart, unlocking kicks. These are things that just felt so good in that game. You want to know what I think? You want to know one of the worst things I think AC and H did? If I had to choose maybe one or two things, this would be one of the things I would consider as maybe one of the worst offenses that AC and H did. They made it to where you can unlock all of the vendors on Harvey's Island with only 100,000 bells. Why? Why did they release that feature and then not make us work for it at all? 100,000 bells is the equivalent to like 50 cents in real life. Like it's like not a lot at all. It's like nothing. It's like, why would you do that? Why would you give us a feature where like, all right, you're going to be able to unlock 6 new shops to play with. This is a big deal, right? It's like, okay, it's not just, you know, these are rotating shops that you're gonna be looking forward to every day. And they were like, okay, it costs 100,000 bells to unlock in a couple days and it's done. Wow, what? Like, make us work a little bit. Like, make these features fun to unlock. Like, 100,000 bells is nothing in that game, dude. You can earn 300,000 bells. Dazabound taught me on YouTube that I can earn 300,000 bells in 1 hour just diving. So in 1 hour, I just unlocked 3 of the shops at Harvey's Island. What do you mean? Like, what's the point? In 1 hour of gameplay, I just unlocked all 3 shops. 3 of the 6 shops, done. Over. I didn't even play Turn Up Market anything. All I had to do was dive for an hour. Like, that's, I think, one of the biggest flaws that game did. They just threw the progression away. Same thing with the hotel. Here's a hotel that you don't have to do anything to unlock. You basically just have to get to the point in the game where you get everything, which is like Brewster. They basically put the hotel right behind every other unlock, which is like KK Slider and Brewster. Yeah, you have to get 3 stars. Which, all right, to be fair, the 3 stars is a pretty big achievement, but like, once you get 3 stars, the game's basically over. I suppose if you're doing the 3-star grind naturally, that is going to take you a couple days. Like, that will take you a while, like, to be fair. If you're doing the 3-star grind naturally, that'll take you maybe a couple days, depending on who you are. Sure. Why is Graveler watching Graveler go in tight circles mesmerizing? Dude, they can even get tighter. Look. It is mesmerizing, I agree. Yeah, man. Progression and unlocking long-term goals. Malachi said it best, man. That's why I love how expensive it is to pay off your debts and stuff in Animal Crossing GameCube, and how there's not many good ways to earn bells, and how it's like a real grind. Like, Daz, out of curiosity, how long did it take you? Did you ever pay off your full debt in your Animal Crossing GameCube playthrough? Did you pay off your full debt in that playthrough? And if so, do you remember how long it took you? No idea, I'm afraid. Because, like, that's a journey, dude. Paying off your whole debt in that game is a journey, dude. I doubt I paid it off. I doubt you did, yeah. Here's a better question. Do you remember getting a statue? If you're going to remember getting a statue, then you paid it off. Took me ages and a lot of time traveling, yeah. Exactly. I don't recall. Yeah, that's okay. All right. Yo, good morning, gamer lady. Dude, it's so funny. Even when I show up here to grind materials, I find myself still not really using Gulpin. It was such a good idea that just kind of fell flat. Cause like I don't know if I've seen anybody ever really use Gulpin and Swalot, like really ever. Have any of y'all that watch Pokopia content, like, is it pretty rare to see anybody using these Pokemon? Like, what up, Baxter? Yeah, the default inventory is just so big. It's like, why would you, like, dude, look how much I've been sitting here grinding, and let me show you my inventory real quick. I still have a whole row. That's crazy. All right, let's just go into our food runs out here and then. Only when I want to hop across to a dream island but not clear my inventory first. That's smart. That's good. It's smart, but having to make sure Swalot Gulping can follow you everywhere is irritating. Yeah, like I feel like once you enter endgame and you're magnemiting everywhere, a bunch of this game's features kind of start falling flat a little bit. It's like they should make it to where Pokemon just by default can follow you or something. Like if you're flying, they should just fly with you or something. Because like you can't even really use the features. Like for example, when I was trying to do searching, it was the only option was Pidgeotto, because I'm not going to search with any other Pokemon because I'm flying everywhere. Why would I use any other search Pokemon? Like I can't, I'm flying everywhere. Like I can't, I'm not walking. My terrain isn't perfect. Yeah, it was a weird decision. For the realism of the game and my immersion, it makes sense. You know, flying Pokemon fly, regular Pokemon don't. Like that makes sense for immersion, but I feel like it is a feature. They did kind of drop the ball a little bit with that, because giving us the ability to fly around and stuff was such a great idea, but in the context of like having Pokemon follow you, it doesn't work. Yeah, pixely dust. There you go. Now here's the real question. How do I get out of here? All right, there might be one more cave for us to check real quick. Let's go do that. I only unlocked Harvey after I paid off my main island debt for my houses, so I felt like I'd earned the cool post-game thing for myself. Yeah, no, I think in the context of when the Harvey Island stuff made sense for us because we had been playing the game for so long, it had been out for so long. I guess really my criticism, Rock Socks, would be that let's say that Harvey's Island was there when the game first started. And it was an option for things that you would unlock from the very beginning of the game. Then I think that it would just make way more sense, even costing 100,000 bells. Because you're early in the game and you can't really afford a bunch. So yeah, the context of which when they announced Harvey's Island and when they gave it to us affects this conversation for sure. Because like at that point, I had put thousands of hours into the game. So it did feel like a nice little reward for paying off all my regular debts and ooh, now I can just speed run this little shopping district. But I feel like in hindsight, to go back to Malachi's comment on YouTube, it was those traditional Animal Crossing, it was those super long-term goals that really made those games feel good. And I was just using Harvey's Island as an example of where they could have gave us more long-term goals. Like Harvey's Island didn't necessarily have to be a speed run. They could have presented it in a way where it took us some time, you know, and like maybe like we had to work for it a little bit. Like that's all. Like, and if not Harvey's Island, something else, you know, maybe the art section is not unlocked until you get a certain amount of fossils. And then maybe Brewster isn't unlocked until you get a certain amount of art. And then, you know what I mean? Like just a little bit more of that kind of gameplay, I think would have went a really long way for ACNH. You know, and the hotel really tried to do this. The hotel added a lot of this, exactly what I wanted. It really did. It added a bunch of long-term goals. It added new buildings. So to be fair, the hotel did a really good job at this. So they know, they understand. In my opinion, that update, up 3.0, was the biggest sign that the developers of Animal Crossing kind of know what we want. They've been listening. Because they gave us an update that was focused on conversation, that was focused on you not having control over your island, that was focused on you getting more obscure random experiences. They released an update that was focused on all the things that people complained that wasn't in the game. So I am very confident that like they're moving in the right direction. Like they know what we want. Like, you know, it just felt a little too late. You know, it just felt like, you know, 5 hours into the game or 5 years into the game, like, you know, it didn't hit as hard for some people, whereas like it hit pretty hard for me for a bit there. More trees. I honestly like am being lazy. I should be picking every single tree up that I'm coming across because I need them for my mega build. So I gotta just buckle up and pick them up real quick. Because like part of me wanted to just leave and I'm like, why? So I can go to another dream island and gut more trees later. Like no matter what, I'm gonna need these and I'm not gonna pay the rare metal to farm them because I think it's like a ton of rare metal per tree. I think it might be 5 rare metal for trees, which is so crazy. Why would they do that? hopefully my Pokemon's with me because I'm leaving. And me, I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Yo, welcome back, Malachi. Yeah, I was just catching up on chat. Don't ask Hylian how he's doing or what the weather is like. No, chat, that's not what that conversation was about. I knew that saying I didn't like small talk was a bad decision. I'm not in the mood for small talk some days. All right, that's all. Some days I wake up and I just want to yap about specific subjects. Yeah, I think it cost a ton to copy and paste the tree, dude. Like way more than we can afford. All right, so Tinka Gears. We have to craft Tinka Gears specifically with Tinka Ton, right? But for real though, how's the weather? I think it's okay. I don't know what's going on out there. It was supposed to be dreary and rainy all weekend. I don't have a lot of Tinka Gears. Do we think it's worth it for me to make a bunch of these better furnaces? I'm gonna grab 2 of them. I just think they look better. I mean, that's true. Boom shakalaka. All right, let's summon Entei. Where'd everyone make their home base? Right now, my home base is a weird blend of Withered Wastelands and Pallet Town.
Happy Saturday, Dan. I've been watching on the TV for a few hours and was hesitant about saying good morning after the small talk conversation. But I hope everyone has a great weekend.
Get out of here, you bunch of punks. Get Now I'm just being trolled. Thank you for the 11 months, JD. Thank you for the 11 months, dude. Good morning. Don't troll me, punk. Yo, what's up, Green Lanyard? Welcome to the show today. All right, I might need more chest, actually. So where do I have regular sand at? Didn't I just tell him to stop following me? Whatever, he could just stay up there. All right, is this regular sand? Nice. I do have a double. Oh, it's all Skyland sand. Oh, well, this is a problem. I don't have enough chest space for this. Rip. Oh, maybe I do, actually. Hold on a second. I think I'm going to have just enough space. Hold on a second. I got ahead of myself. Nice. Nice. We made it happen. All right, what else did we farm up a bunch of? Coarse rock and cave rock and moss. Coarse rock, cave rock, moss. Where's my cave rock at? This isn't it, is it? No, that's ocean. Dude, the farming under the beach was like such a good strategy. Yeah, chat hooked me up. Chat hooked me up with the strats. All right, good amount of cave rock here. Cave rock's actually just a genre of music where you dress up, a genre of music where you dress up as cavemen while you rock out on the stage. Cave rock. White Rock is just Aereo Speedwagon. Wait. That baby. That's 80s dad rock. that baby killing me out here. H-Des, bro. I heard this was the best stream to come to for small talk. It is, though. It is. All right. I was just oversharing. Thanks for tuning in. This chat room, y'all are a bunch of trolls right now. I love you. Y'all are the best. Bum, bum, bum. All right, we got 64 fragments. Isn't that all we need to buy one of everything? Did we just bring home exactly 64? That's kind of crazy if that's the case here. Hey, what's up, Kat? How you doing today, homie? Can we get some big talk in here? I'm sick of this small talk business. Well, I got your big talk right here, buddy. So, is anybody, interested in talking about mortgage payments? Is that defined as big talk? Yo, what's up, Michelle? You want to know really what grinds my gears? I always love the grinds my gears skit. Big Talk is talking about Big the Cat and Froggy. Yeah, true. Big Talk is just Big the Cat. Big True. Big True, Big the Cat. I like your style, Tex. What did I come in here for? You guys got me distracted. What am I doing in here? What am I doing in this storage right now? I'm not doing anything in this. I'm 5'1". Everything I talk about is small talk. I take it back. Nintendo 64. Monka Man. All right, here we go. I don't think we've purchased anything yet. Yeah, I think we waited. So we're obviously gonna need more crystals later, but now can you photocopy? You could probably photocopy. Oh, did I put them away on accident? You can, no, here they are. You can photocopy, everything but the tent kit, right? I know everyone's saying you can photocopy the crystals. Can you photocopy the items? What's the adventure kit? This sounds great. I think you might be better off getting as many of some of these kit items as you can before the event ends. I don't think you're going to be able to get these kit items again once the event ends. If I had to guess, I think you can just get one of each of the pieces of furniture. But if you're trying to get these kits, you probably need to get as many as you can before the event's over. If I had to guess. His habitat also requires some of them, right? Do we know if the tents change color? You might be able to paint them, yeah. This stuff is really cute, I agree. Let's go lay it all out so we can look at it all. You guys want to do that? Let's go lay it all out so we can see what it looks like. I bought way too many of the jewel hangings. Yeah, those are cute. You can reprint event stuff, right? But like, what about the kits though? That's the thing I'm real worried about. What do you think do you think you can reprint the kits? You can't, right? That's the thing. So you can reprint all event items, but not the kits. The kits are the problem in this conversation. So what you do is you use one Pokemetal to print the crystals themselves. And then you just break the crystals and buy more kits before the event's over. How you doing, Testonomics? How you been, man? Because the furniture items can be printed, so you don't have to stress as much about those. But like what we can do is we can Pokemetal, let's make 13 red crystals. And then let's go break them all and let's get some more items. Traveling this weekend? Nice. All right, so first off, let's go put the furniture down and see what it all looks like. Now, the tent kit I have to build, so I'm not going to build it. Oh, the adventure kit is literally just a book bag. Okay. We have treasure. Ooh, I love the treasure item. We have a cooking pot. Oh, that we can actually use to cook. We have a camping chair. We have a jewel wall decoration. Oh, that looks awkward. Sick. We have a sleeping bag. We have an oil lantern. We have a map and compass. And then the tent. Oh, the camera. Then we put this on top of a campfire. Yeah, these furniture items are cool. Yo, this guy's... You gotta wake up, dude. He's gotta give me my iron ores and then he can start working again. Get back to work! Turn on the lantern? Oh, you can turn it on. It's a light source. Cool. Nice. Dude, I love this stuff. Let's see what the materials are for the tent. Oh, just twine, vine, rope, and iron. And you need a search Pokemon, apparently. Let's visualize it so we can see what it looks like. Cute! Can you paint it? Can you paint them? No, you can't paint them, so they have to be red. Oh, that's a little lame. Can I share Sableye's habitat? Yeah, sure. Since we technically already have Sableye, I wasn't going to build it right away. Yeah, technically we have him. We just got to give him a home. How do you visualize? As long as the item can be built, you just got to hold the A button. You can't visualize if the item can't be built. Does that make sense? So as long as it's in a position where you could actually build it, then you can visualize it. Backpack, map, and treasure. Backpack, backpack. Loaded up with all sorts of things and knickknacks too. The parents in the chat are instantly triggered. No! I just watched Star Wars recently, so I have the scene where Luke denies his father in my brain. No! 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 That's impossible! Yeah. Can I not break these? Okay, we gotta punch them then. Talk about awkward. The live action Dora movie was, as the kids say, mega cringe. No way, there was a live action Dora movie. That's funny. Nice. So for 13 rare Pokemetal, I was able to get 48 more. I was able to get 48 more red crystals for 13 rare Pokemetal. Not a bad exchange rate. Yo, you too, Casino Roy. Thanks for popping in, bud. So we want to get as many tent kits as we can. Don't go back to sleep, dude. I need you to just keep trading these. No, stop laying down. Just keep selling me them. Keep on selling them. Nice. Poor guy needs a nap. Guess he's a nighttime Pokemon. Guess he's a nighttime mon. This is some Pokemon song. I'm not sure which one. All right, let's go ahead and start with our secret base. So we need to decide what wallpapers and stuff we want for the storage. Let's start off there. Let's figure out what we want to do with that. I also want to bring all my storage system down here. My crafting station down here. So we're going to do that as well. But let's see what bricks I want to use for walls in my... What bricks I want to use for walls inside of my storage unit. What is this song? Here, we have a command for you. As long as I'm not listening on YouTube, which I usually don't. I'm kind of okay with the storage just being pretty rustic overall. I don't really need it to be anything too fancy. I think we'll go with the aged stone wall here. Let's start off with this and see if we like it. All right, we need to grab some more food real quick. We're gonna need it. We're for sure gonna need it for a Magnemite. Magnemite's a food hog. All right. We're definitely going to need a lot more of this wall, but this will get us enough to just kind of get in here. So for now, I'm just going to fill these gaps up. I think there is a universe in which we end up clearing some of this wall out because we're going to be doing something like a fancy entrance. We're going to use some sort of technology to do the entrance of this place proper. You know, some kind of gate, some kind of triggers, something. We're gonna do something cool as far as like how you actually get in our secret base. And I might take some inspiration from secret bases in Generation 3. So that would mean like maybe some sort of like false wall, right? Isn't that how they handle that? It's usually like fake walls or something you have to like discover. It's been a while since I've done Gen 3, so I'm gonna have to look it up and do some research. Now I'm not sure if the ceiling's gonna be the same. We might not do the same ceiling. I miss secret bases. Yeah. Oh, lights come on. That sucks. Where do you live again, dude? That it's nice enough to go to the pool? I feel like it's a little bit too brisk here. Pool season doesn't happen for a bit longer in Ohio. I need to learn how to use Magnemite mode. It takes a while. I can kind of talk you through it a little bit if that'll help. I can kind of like, not like you directly, like I'll just talk through the processes if you want. Minnesota, it's indoor. Ah, yeah. I only say that because we had a couple warm days, dude. And like, my first thought when we had these warm days was, man, I haven't gone swimming in a long time. Like, wouldn't that be a nice treat, you know? All right, not bad. And then we have 99 left. We're gonna definitely have to get some more. So let's just go get some more and grab some food while we're at it. I'm happy it finally snowed here. What's up, Minus? All right, let's grab another 500 and we can just store it if we don't use it all. We have so much stone. All right. Boom, boom, boom. So once you enter Magnemite mode, you'll notice at the bottom of the screen, well, not yet. So once you enter Magnemite mode and you choose a material, you'll notice at the bottom of the screen that there is a couple different buttons. Behind my camera, there's the position. Position doesn't do anything until you press the other buttons. Then you'll notice that there's number to place. Then you'll notice that there's mode replace. It'll say mode change replace. So when you first pick up an item with Magnemite, you have the option to put a brick down. But if you click replace, what it does is it allows you to replace any brick one for one. Does that make sense? So if I go up to this wall right here and I use replace mode, I'm literally replacing the block that's in the dotted lines. So this is replace mode and this is place mode. It's called spit out. So right now I'm in replace mode, and if I press the right stick in, I switch to spit out mode. All right, so this is important. This is definitely going to help you understand, you know, what you're doing here. So the next thing you need to identify is the number to place. If you press up on the D-pad, you can actually up it to 4 and then to 9. And this is really nice because you can go and you can put down a whole road, right? Like, look at this. Go over here. Go over here. Look at that. Like, look how nice that is. So you can increase the number. And you can do this for replace mode as well. So if I press the right stick Now I'm in replace mode instead of spit out. All right. And I can go here and I can grab this dirt and I can replace the whole set all at once. Look at this. My husband hates it when I switch to spit out mode. True. True. So that's a quick tutorial on replace and on spit out mode. All right. But there's a little bit more that you need to know. So keep your ears perked up. So the last things that I need to tell you is, if you didn't know, oh, well, first I didn't show you orientation. If you press down on the D-pad, look at this. You can actually adjust the orientation in which you're placing the blocks. Do you see what I'm doing? You see how I'm going from laying to standing to sideways? And you can do this with 4 as well. So make sure you play with all the buttons. But the last thing I need to tell you, and this is actually probably the second most important thing, is if you hold ZL, and you can do this in regular mode as well, right? If you know this, if you hold ZL, you can strafe. You guys know this? So this helps it to where if you put a brick down and you hold strafe, if you hold ZL, you can do this. You see this? I'm holding ZL and I'm holding right and I'm holding A. So this is nice, right? And you probably already knew about this. You probably came across this in your playthrough. But Magnemite mode can do this as well. Watch this. So I can take this 1 brick. I can even take 4. I can even take 9. And if I hold ZL, Magnemite moves in a grid. So I can put down a brick. I can move over, put down 3, move over, put down 3, move over, put down 9. And if you're good enough, and you're going to have to play with this for a little bit, you can even do this. Watch. 3 at a time. It even gets better. Watch this. If I pan the camera a little bit, raise my character up, you can like spam place blocks. Like, look at this. The fastest ability to like spam blocks. So you need to play with this because there's a lot going on here. And this is really helpful. You can do the same thing with replace mode. Take a look. Switch to replace and watch. So now I can turn any terrain into any other terrain 9 blocks at a time using ZL and moving in a grid. Look at this. This is how you create roads. This is really efficient. So play with it. And the last thing I didn't tell you is that if you press L, you go down, and if you press B, you go up. So if you combine that with the grid button, you'll only go up 1. Look at, so hold ZL and watch. If you press B, you go up 1 single brick. 1 single brick. You press L, you go down a single brick. A single brick. So when you're trying to position yourself to decorate, you want to use the ZL feature with L and B. Well, for me, it's B. For you, it might be R. My controller's different than yours. All right. So look at that. I can easily just float around and I can control the grid of everything. And that's pretty much all you need to know about Magnemite. So all right, we're just gonna eat some food here real quick. Gonna practice with a small build today. Yeah, it's nice. take all my bricks back. Probably worth explaining that controlling elevation helps water building. Oh, you're talking about the trick where you can control the level of a liquid. Yeah. That is a magnemite. Wait, no, you can just do that regularly, right? Also demonstrated how magnemite mode consumes energy. Dude, oh yeah, it's nuts. Oh, magnemite mode just is like the reason why you actually want to have food in this game, which I'm happy. I'm happy there's a reason. I like it when systems matter. There's nothing worse than having a system. Oh, I meant controlling the elevation of the block so you don't have to physically go in there. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. All right, so do this, and boom. So I'm just repainting the wall basically. Like to stand at the edge and change elevation. Yeah, I knew what you meant, Toad. Yeah, that's what I thought Dankroot was referencing at first, right? The ability to raise and lower water as you spit it out. All right, sick. Now this place is starting to look like something. Now we are gonna have to craft a couple more chests to fill out the rest of our storage here. So let's go do that. I don't know how many more I need. I should have counted. Let's just do 10 and hope that that's enough. Can you replace the ice on the floor? Yeah, I could. Yeah, I could make the whole floor icy if I wanted. Heck yeah, I could. Heck yeah, dude. Got the ice blocks. Oh yeah, I could turn this whole floor into an icy domain. Ooh, I think I'm actually 2, 4, 6. I'm actually like 1 off. I was close. Boom, boom. I don't even know if I'm gonna end up using all right, I need 2 more. So 4. How it was naturally. I don't know what I'm doing with this area. I'm actually probably going to be changing all of this, unfortunately. That's what I'm working on today, Kat. We're combining all of our storages. And we're fixing up our storage room finally, and we're going to build our secret base today. Yo, thanks for the follows coming in. Good morning, Pokemon fans. Thank you again, JD, for 11, by the way. Yeah, today we're building our secret base. We're about to bust open this wall right here. Yeah, sorry, Toad. But, you know, maybe I'll do some crystal building. Yeah, we're actually busting this whole wall open. Which means we might be grabbing Joy-Cons. For the first time in a while. Grabbing some Joy-Cons for the first time in a while. I have them all nice and I had them all nice and put away because I don't use them often. So let me go ahead and unravel these. Had them all nice and tied up because I don't use them often. And the funny part is I don't actually need the blue. I only need the orange. Because the way that I use these, since I'm not a big fan of these Joy-Cons, I don't actually like how they feel in my hands. Weirdly enough, this is how I do a 2 Joy-Con setup with a mouse. Is I do 1 Joy-Con with the mouse rail, and then I do the other Joy-Con in the grip. So I still have a grip to hold on to, because I've learned that over time, just holding this fatigues me. I don't know why. Just holding this in my hand and playing with it, it doesn't ergonomically fit my hand well, and it hurts my hand after a while. I'm old. So what I do is I put it in here so that on my left hand, I'm still holding a nice grip and I got a nice handle, but then in my other hand's the mouse. And this is how I've been handling that problem. So left hand still stays a controller, right hand turns into a mouse, and we win. We have best of both worlds. Pull is open. Nice. Oh, doing Mother's Day stuff. Doing Mother's Day stuff, Toad. You want to do bingo? Yeah, we're busting this open. We're closing this up, maybe. We're busting this open. This is going to be our crafting center, and then behind the crafting center is going to be a secret room. I think we're going to do a secret within a secret. I think we'll be doing a secret within a secret. Okay. Got the Minecraft pill bad right now. We have a group, all the Mons modded server. Nice, dude. Every once in a while you fall into a Minecraft hole. I've been there plenty of times, man. I haven't recently got the itch in a while, but the last time I almost fell into a Minecraft hole, we discovered another server that was similar to our old Wasteland server. It wasn't a server, it was a mod pack that makes the game like very Fallout-esque. And we used to run an old Fallout themed server called the Wastelands. So at one point not too long ago, we found a mod pack that looked really Fallout adjacent, and I considered coming back, but I was too busy playing No Man's Sky at the time. No Man's Sky just feels like Minecraft in space. So at the time I couldn't play both. I didn't have it in me. The more I play in No Man's Sky, the more I feel like it's straight up Minecraft in space. Like, weirdly enough, it's like the perfect description of the game. You know, just without the blocky aesthetics. And, you know, sci-fi versus fantasy. What's this cursor? It's mouse mode. So if you use mouse mode in this game, you can actually use a cursor to destroy stuff. You don't have to reach it, right? So this is normal. Normally, when I use the fist, I only have access to like 3 blocks ahead of me, and I have to pan my camera, right? But if you use mouse mode, all of a sudden you get a cursor, and you can point anywhere around you as long as you can reach it within like 4 or 5 blocks. It's about 4 blocks. And it makes playing this game and destroying stuff a lot smoother. It's real nice. Yeah, it's super, super nice for this game. Nice, I hope you're enjoying your Minecraft adventure, Maddie Senju. I have to game on Switch with the Pro for the similar reasons. Yeah, I like my Pro controller. I like my Pro controller for sure. Yeah, I know the ice looks so nice. I know. You're making me regret my decision. For now, we're blocking it up, though. Maybe we'll do something with ice later. Do 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 do. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Yeah, I will say the mouse mode isn't like insanely useful outside for me outside of very small projects like this. Like what? It's projects like this where it shines. Like what I'm trying to word here, but I'm struggling with my brain, is that it's useful, but it's definitely not. I only find myself using it when I'm specifically like trying to destroy a good amount of stuff, and Graveler doesn't cut it. That's what I'm trying to say, is Graveler does the job for the most part, but there are scenarios where it's nice to have the option, because Graveler can only do like 2 blocks at a time, right? The Playism Game Show. Oh yeah, Raymond, what is that? Just a leak, Loud Boys? It's insanely useful for niche cases, right? It's like insanely useful for just a couple scenarios. That's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you. All right, sick. Now, I don't know what we're gonna do for our flooring in here, but we might want to match the wallpaper to make this place feel cool. Flooring is something, and ceilings are something I haven't thought too hard about. So let's see what we want to do there. Now again, we could obviously just match the set here, and like there's already stuff built in. Like we have the aged stone flooring. Like it's in the name, the flooring, right? So like this is the obvious answer, but no, maybe we'll start off with just 700 here. But, you know, maybe we could get a little bit more creative with it. Maybe there's something else we could do that isn't quite as easy. I do kind of like the pattern for the ceiling. That's not the worst decision. I'll grab a couple pattern. Again, we do have a good amount of stone still. Do 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 do. Well, we could have some fun, man. There's some really interesting bricks in this game. We could just straight up have some fun. Maybe we'll end up doing a combination. Yeah, like cutting a path within it or something. Use the same brick and add a design. Yes, exactly, Toad. Right, like let's just start off with the foundation and then we'll cut into it later and we'll make it like more fun. Dude, Gil, what's up, buddy? I was just thinking about you. I was trying to go through DMs and I'm trying to catch up on my backlog of things I need to do, and I was just thinking about you. How you doing? Oh, okay. So this is the thing that Dankroot was saying that I wasn't able to fully wrap my head around for a second. they're talking about how does it work? What do you press? What do you press to go down or up in elevation here? It's ZL. Okay, that's what I thought. I was trying to do it. There it is. So this is the other thing, Kat, that Dankroot was talking about. If you hold ZL and you press up and down on the D-pad, you can actually move it around. So this is like really important because, for example, instead of having to take Magnemite and drag his butt to the ground, pan the camera, stare at the ground, and I can't see anything, and then place the brick. You see how this is kind of obnoxious? What you can do instead is you could, get yourself in a healthy position, hold ZL and press down, and now I can place this stuff and I can see everything around me. And I could raise it up this way and then go up here, and now I can do the ceiling, right? So this is really nice, and this is actually a super functional thing that you definitely need to know about, because otherwise you're going to spend your whole life staring at the ground. Like this sucks. Yeah, and it makes everything like a lot worse to deal with. Yeah. Yeah, it took me that long to figure out exactly what Dankroot was saying. I was like processing it. I'm like, I can't figure it out. I can't figure out what he's saying. It's a tired day, man. A tired kind of morning. I just recently finished. Oh, we're going to want to do this for sure. Hold on a second. Speaking of Generation 1, I just finished the episode where Pikachu Goodbye, where Ash goes to give Pikachu away to the other Pikachus. And they go through a montage with like a real life song that's like, I know it's time to say goodbye, but we had good times together, Pikachu. And like, it's like this heart-wrenching moment, dude. I forgot about it, man. I was sitting there blubbering in tears like, no, Ash, why would you do this, dude? Oh, your Pikachu went and you were through so much. Like, why would you even think about giving it up? And then all of a sudden you see Pikachu's shadow. You see Pikachu's ears, the shadow. And you know Pikachu hasn't given up on Ash, and their story isn't completed yet. But you gotta think about that as a kid, because at this point, Ash had given away his Butterfree. So it's an episode that feels realistic. You know what I mean? Like you think it's actually gonna happen, dude. I don't know about y'all, but I was like, dude, like he could really give his Pikachu up right now. It's not like we had, as a kid, we're watching it. It's not like we knew that the show was gonna go on for 1,000 years and Pikachu was gonna be the main star forever. So when you're watching that as a kid, it's like, it's real. It's like, dude, it's over for Ash and Pikachu. This is it. What a crazy episode, man. You teach me and I'll teach you. I don't have enough aged stone flooring. Should have just made 1,000. Shouldn't have capped out. Should have just made 1,000, not 700. Lesson learned. Dude, we're actually getting low on stone finally. This is fun. It's fun to finally be using my materials and to feel like they have a purpose. I also realized that in hindsight, the rest of Pokemon's intro music didn't hit as hard, did it? I'm just gonna say it. I was watching some other episodes, like some random galactic battle and stuff, and I'm just like, they just never really figured out how to capture the magic again, huh? They like never really figured out how to capture the magic again, did they? The magic, dude. They didn't really figure it out, did they, dude? I'm just gonna say it. They just didn't really figure it out, dude. They never figured out how to get an intro to drop and hit as hard as the first season of Pokemon. Like, I just don't. I've seen like a bunch of episodes of random. I'm kind of thinking about Johto, and I remember Johto being kind of hype, but I don't know, man. I think they all went into corny. Whereas like Pokemon Season 1. Wait, why do I still have a crystal? What? I feel like Pokemon Season 1, it wasn't corny, man. It was epic. It was epic, dude. You were into it, dude. Even as an adult, you're into it. What did I decide to use the pattern? I did decide that, I think, for the ceiling. Yeah, Gil Wen, that's right, dude. Work's been pretty busy lately. One of our techs has been on vacation. Gosh darn scoundrel. Who said you're allowed to go on vacation? What do you think this is? Gil Wen's gotta watch the stream, dude. I'm sick of this. Yeah, H does Minda's a thing. It's official. Our buddy Anana's Bliss. Anana's Bliss here in the community. They decided one day to do some fun fan art for her. And we didn't really, like, they just wanted to have some fun. Well, I reached out to them and I asked them if we could have the emote, and they said yes. So they wouldn't let me pay for it. So instead we're gonna just have to sneakily gift them subs the next couple months and hope that they let their sub lapse. We'll get them. Don't worry, we'll get them. But yeah, they were just doing some fun art or some fan art, and they wanted to do something for our new kitty journey. I actually think I have some links for, hold on, let me go see the DMs real quick. Because we might be able to support a different way. So if you guys would like to support our friend Anana's Bliss and this emote, we have some links for y'all, and then we'll make some commands out of this. So we have their VGen link that shows off other emotes they've created and some of the commissions and some of the work if you want to support your fellow artist. And then here is their card. And it shows off more of their work and their portfolio and their commissions and stuff. So, and we'll make some commands, and if y'all want to support, and then oh yeah, Midna's fully settled in. She's a little snot nose. She's full on snot nose settled in status. She's full on snot nose settled in status. Oh yeah, she's in. She's a little attention. She wants my attention all day. She loves my attention. I'd say 80% of the day she's usually around me trying to get me to do something with her. She's a little love bug. She loves sleeping near me. So what she'll do is, like, if I'm laying on the couch, she'll try to wrap up around where my feet is, and she'll try to get real nice and close and like sleep on me. And If I'm in bed, she does the same thing. And then here's a new thing. So one day I had a blanket wrapped up around my legs and feet, like nice and tight to keep all the warm air in. You guys know how it is. And I was doing that at my computer chair, and she went under the blankets right by my feet and slept. And now it's like a trigger. Like, this has worked every time so far. Let's say 5 times. So it's not a fact, but if I grab a blanket and I wrap it around my legs and I create this little habitat for her to sleep in, she will show up and she will go. Like, this has happened like clockwork. Every time I do it, if she's in the room and she sees me do it, she will go straight to the little hole and she will go to sleep. It's like a guaranteed thing every time. So now I have a way to like get her comfortable in my office when I'm relaxing. And she's doing well. She's doing very well is what I'm trying to say. We have our first vet appointment coming up next week, which I'm pretty nervous about. I'm mostly nervous about getting her into her crate. We'll figure it out. We'll get there. That'll be next Wednesday. And then we can really settle in, because once we actually see the vet and we get her blood work and like we get her future shots planned and just that's like, for me, that's like we're done. Like, we've reached the finish line and now we get to begin or continue rather, like just living our lives together, you know? But that's like the last like kind of nerve-wracking thing I have to go through is her first trip out of the house. And it's a little more nerve-wracking because I have to Uber there. So it's not like I can sit in the car comfortably with her or anything. So it'll be a little nerve-wracking, but we'll get through it. It'll be good. Because she doesn't want to be picked up or anything. She's still very for as much of a love bug as she is, she's really standoffish when it comes to being touched when she doesn't want to be touched. And she certainly does not want to be picked up. She's never once even shown me signs of wanted to be picked up. Like, not even a little bit. She is not that kind of cat. So that's the thing. It's like, if I get her into this crate, it's going to have to be with catnip and it's going to have to be with food, which it's going to be fine because she loves catnip. And anytime I give her catnip, she falls asleep right where I give it to her. So I'm literally just going to catnip her out. I'm going to get her stoned and I'm going to zip up the crate. The other option I have is Chulu or whatever. Churu. She loves Churu. She loves the Churu. So I'm going to put a little bit on a plate, put it inside of the crate. She'll go in there to eat it and then I'll zip it up. So we have options. So yeah, Foxy Petite, that's what I've done. The crate has been in our living room for over a month now, just there as a part of the house. She's smelled it. It probably smells like me in the house at this point, and it's very much a part of our normal everyday ecosystem. So yeah, I feel like I've done a lot to like make the crate comfortable. I'm going to throw in some articles of clothing. I'm going to throw in a blanket. It's a really nice crate too. So yeah, I feel like I'm on the right track. Either way, the problem really is if I have to pick her up, I'm in trouble. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to try and then she's going to go hide and she's not going to want to come back out again. But I'm being over exaggerating because the truth is that she is really comfortable with me. And even if she does get jumpy, it'll only take a couple minutes for her to settle down. Like, she's at that point of comfort with me where even when she does get jumpy, she calms down right away because she's just comfortable here, you know? So it's not all bad. Like, it's going to be fine, but I'm still nervous about it. If you set the crate out, leave an open door so she sees she can freely check it out. Right. That's exactly what I did. So the crate that I have has the option of having the doors open and visible or the doors closed. So I'll probably close the doors during the trip so she's not freaking out about her surroundings. And then, yeah, we'll see. Either way, I think it's going to be okay. You're Papa now? Yeah. What secrets are you designing? So we're designing a secret base. and a storage unit, as you can see here. And then this is going to be a crafting room. And then we're going to put a secret entrance here that's only going to be activated by using some sort of something. I don't even know what I'm doing with that yet because I don't know how that works. So I want to have a secret entrance to a secret base right between the storages somewhere that you're not even anticipating. Like, I want it to be like randomly right here. If you go and you like click a button or something, then like a secret path is revealed. I feel like I'm going to be able to pull something like that off in this game using like some sort of techniques. I don't know. This game doesn't have the ability to move blocks around, so no matter what I do, it's going to have to be pretty obvious, I think, unless I use water, right? Water is the real secret to hiding doors in this game. What's up, Band Slam? If I had to guess, water is the real secret to hiding doors in this game, because then you can have water open and close depending on like a sensor, right? You can't do that with anything else besides for doors. You can't do that with bricks. So yeah, let's go see let's go look at our crafting table real quick. I do have a top loading function, yeah. The pick up by the back of the neck method. I'm hoping that I can avoid that, but I might have to. All right. Utilities. So wait, we have a sensor. When this sensor detects movement, it activates devices nearby. So what type of devices does it activate? We're talking about lights. We're talking about, are there automatic doors? Or could a door be a device? That's the thing I'm not sure about. Like, I don't think so. Anything you can interact with. Okay, all right, we're cooking. Anything you can interact with. So a door does count. Okay, all right. What about blinds? Would it move some blinds? Would it open up some blinds maybe? That's a fun idea. That would be interesting. What else can we do? Great flooring. Mini floodgates. So floodgates is how you would control water. I know I have these laying around. I'll just craft one for now. You can just phase through blinds. Ooh. So you could put a secret door behind blinds and you wouldn't know it's there unless you just walk through it or you open it. Yeah? That could be fun. There's also floor switches. Funsies. Anything you can interact with. So like torches. What about a cannon? With fireworks. You don't even have to cross the sensor. It detects any movement. Even items. So you can have an item activate the sensor for you vibe. What's up, Ann? Hey. in theory, you could hide a door behind a set of curtains, right? Are these the same curtains they use for the doorway in Saffron City for... There's a doorway with curtains in Saffron City for Alakazam. These have to be the same, right? I think these are the same. If you take a look at your Cloud Island, you'll see how the sensors work with Underground Tree Farm. I think training her to the crate, closing and moving it, not just having it sit there, is best since you still have time before the appointment. So what do you mean? Like, put her in the crate once and close it and get her to react? But like, then wouldn't I scare her? That's the thing I'm worried about, because then I'm gonna scare her and I'm gonna make her hate the crate, and then she's gonna know the jig is up. That, you know what I mean? I'm like, I'm worried about that. I'm like, lock her up. She'd be like, I'm never going near this crate again. Thanks for the pro tips, by the way, chat room. Y'all are the best. So does the game tell you the distance of a sensor? Or do you have to play with it? That's the question, huh? Okay, so it shows the sensor. It doesn't show that it's connected to it. It can sense 2 blocks out. So that red line actually means something. That red line actually means something. That red line, it's showing just 2 blocks. So these 2 blocks in front of it, that's it. So this third, no, just 2 blocks. But it doesn't have to be just your movement. It detects any movement. This is the key here. So you could have something else trigger something else that triggers something else that triggers something else. That's pretty cool. That's actually pretty rad. So you could really like have some fun. So like, if you wanted to have something trigger far away from you, you would do a series of triggers. The sensor itself has to be touching what you want it to trigger. Or a block next to it. So you could hide it, is what you're saying. Right? So you could do this. You could hide it then. So you could like put it here, put a brick in front of it, put the floodgate here, and that sensor like would still activate or whatever, I guess. It can see through blocks. That's cool. So you can hide it. Yeah, that's all I was trying to say. You can hide it. Interesting. All right, let me switch back controllers. I'm sick of these Joy-Cons right now. Bum, 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 bum. Or have it activate the water gate. All right, so let me go grab some liquid. Now I want to try stuff. Oh yeah, dude, this is all about the experimentation. All right, grab some fresh water. I have it set switch, window, sensor, window in a chain all the way to my floodgate. So the switch, you click a button and then the button activates a window and the window moves. So then it activates the sensor, and then the next sensor makes the next window move, and then the next sensor makes the window move, and the next sensor makes the window move, all the way until it goes to a floodgate. Cool. So the windows are your little secret, is what you're saying. That's rad, actually. So it sounds like a window might actually be a good item to do something like that with. Basically like a repeater, since we don't actually have a repeater. It's basically a Minecraft repeater is how you're using the windows. And that's pretty cool. Like, that makes sense, right? So you can use anything, but the window just seems casual and it makes sense. I guess you could use anything with movement, though. That's the key here. You could use anything with movement to do that. Right, the toy blocks, anything with movement. Yeah, we just used the mouse controls. That's why I was switching back to my controller. Yeah, that's why I was switching back to my Pro Controller, because we were just using the mouse controls. Is it easier for decorating? It's just useful for breaking down certain buildings and stuff. Yeah, you have to test it out. It's fun. It's pretty useful. It's not the best thing, but it's useful. If the leaks about Pokemon's future are true, we're in good hands. I agree with that statement. I think we're if the leaks are true, I think we're in for quite a treat. All right, looks like I've reached something. Yeah, here it is. I wonder where I am here. I wonder where we are here. Yo, enjoy your lurp. Well, there was a Giga Leak a long time ago, right? So there was a Giga Leak a long time ago that listed out a bunch of Pokemon's plans for the next couple years. Now, some of this stuff was old information. So the problem is that it's like hard to say if we should be believing potentially really old information. So that was one part of the conversation. I thought that's what Young Citrus might be referencing. But from the sounds of it, there might be something else that they're referencing. I'm not sure if the Giga Leaks included Emerald and Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I will say, though, funny that you mentioned this, Citrus, because just the other night, I had the thought, Heart Gold, Soul Silver makes way too much sense. So recently numbers came out for Leaf Green. Listen to this, chat. Leaf Green and Fire Red sold 4 million copies each. At $20, it ends up being 80 million bucks. It was like they went into the couch cushions and they just randomly discovered $80 million for... It was like when you hunt in the couch cushions as a kid and you go for change, but in their case, their change was $80 million. I think that we have to wake up and realize that there's no way they're going to sit on this extra cash for forever. They're just not. They're just not, dude. Once they opened up those floodgates, they know the power. They know what they just did. That's insane. Like, they literally just lifted up the couch cushion and were like, $80 million. So I think that we're going to be getting all these old games. The floodgates are open. They're going to do them all. I think to some extent, we're getting all of the old games on the Switch 2 to some extent. And this all goes back to what I wanted to say. So I was thinking about it in the shower. And I feel really confident when I say this. Heart Gold and Soul Silver is about to get ported to the Switch. I feel really confident when I say this. Now, my confidence is blind, idiotic, and based off of nothing. And I'm really saying this blindly. But boy, do I feel good about saying it. I really do think that Heart Gold Soul Silver is coming. I think it's happening. And one of the things that supports this is that those games didn't really have any features that needed the touchscreen. It was pretty light on touchscreen activity. Most of it was nonsense that could easily be cut from the game. That's the one argument that people bring. Oh, but it's a DS game. You need 2 screens. Not for that game. Not for that game. Go back into your mind and think about it. That bottom screen was trivial the whole time. You never needed any of that information. It was all bonus. It was all stuff they could fit into the game easily. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't think there was enough bottom screen stuff going on that mattered. It wasn't that big of a deal. That bottom screen was trivial, dude. It was used a tiny percentage of the actual gameplay. So that's the other problem, though. The Pokewalker. Do they release the Pokewalker? Do they go all the way with it? Do they do the Pokewalker? Is that what stops them from re-releasing Heart Gold Soul Silver? That it had a special experience that they don't want to redo, so they don't do it. So believe me, there's a side of this conversation that goes in the other direction. That there's too many things that Heart Gold Soul Silver, they're just not going to bother. And they're just going to do a new Gen 2 experience like Let's Go Johto or something. I'm starting to think the more time that goes by, we're never getting another Let's Go game. I know that this is actually probably not a weird take. I think a lot of you probably already had this thought. But I'm starting to come to the conclusion, like, we're not getting another Let's Go game. That it was a one-off. So if we get a Gen 2 experience that's not a Heart Gold remake, what do you guys think it would be? We already have leaks that the next Gen 2 game, the next Legends game is Galar. So we already lost the Gen 2 battle for Galar. So it's like, what are they going to do? Like, what is the plan with Gen 2? Are we just done? Do we just need to get over ourselves? Is Gen 2 just dead? As Gen 2 heads, do we just need to get over it? Yeah, Let's Go's not happening. I was convinced that the next Gen 2 game we were going to get was Let's Go, but the more time that goes by, the more I'm realizing that's so far from the truth. We're not getting Let's Go again. I think we're done. I think it's done. Which, again, is like pretty sad, actually. In my opinion, I think that's a pretty sad comment. Yeah, you like H-Des Midnight? They love a little trinket. Yeah, they do love little trinkets. I agree with that. See, that's the other side of the conversation. A little trinket would be the perfect thing for them to recreate, because then they're going to get you to buy something separately. This time, they're not going to give you a Pokewalker with it. That's the difference. You guys see what I'm saying? That's why I think it would work. That's one of my supporting arguments. They sell Heart Gold Soul Silver for $40 on the Switch 2, and they sell a $30 Pokewalker with it separate this time. And they look at you and say, you want a Pokewalker? Do you? And it only works for the Switch 2 edition. Want a Pokewalker? Do you? You know what I mean? Like, that's such an easy that's such a, like, unfortunately easy thing for them to do. Like, dude, that's instantly a $70 game from 2005, right? 2010. Like, that's dirty, and that's Pokemon right there. That's the Pokemon company. Like, that's dirty, but that's exactly the kind of thing that they would do, man. Like, for sure. Maybe we don't need a ton of floodgates, but we're gonna go ahead and make 50 of these bad boys. So I can start to figure out what we're doing here. So I'm gonna need more than one floodgate for sure, because I don't think enough water is gonna be able to come out to do what I'm trying to accomplish here. But maybe I could just route the water to do what I want just through routing of the water. I kind of feel like what I want to accomplish, I need a floodgate across the whole top. Kind of feels like what I'm trying to accomplish here, I need a floodgate across the whole top line, which means I have to figure out how to get sensors to activate for them across the whole top. No, okay. I instead of doing all that, I could maybe just do like 3 points. Let's test and see how the water spreads here. Hold on. That's what I need to test. I need to test how water is about to spread. Let's go ahead and test the spreading of some water here. A quirk with water flowing through corners. Ah, I think I've heard about that actually. I think I actually understand it already, because that just happened to me earlier. Yeah. All right, we need to be able to get up here. I think I do vaguely know what it is. I'm not going to be able to say, but I think I vaguely know what you're talking about. All right, so I need to pop the ceiling a little bit here so I can stand. Dude, I would love a new mystery dungeon. I think a new mystery dungeon is going to happen at some point. I thought it would have already happened, though, because they released Mystery Dungeon DX Remake so long ago that I was convinced that we were going to get a new mystery dungeon a long time ago, and that just never happened. So that's a weird one for me, because I was so sure that we would see a new mystery dungeon. What was that, 2021? What was that, 2021 when they gave us Mystery Dungeon Remake? All right, let's see what happens here. All right, how does this spread? It just goes 1. Okay. Now, what happens if I put a brick here? It spreads around the brick. It leaves the brick empty though, okay. Yeah, they remade the original Mystery Dungeon games. If you destroy the block under that brick, they'll flow in every direction. Okay. Okay, so boom, boom. Ah, I see the corner trick. And then copy that profile along the entire edge and it should work as you're expecting. Sick. I think I'm still gonna need a couple water points. I'm gonna need at least 2, maybe 3 to get the whole thing, but we'll see. We'll see how much water points I actually need here. Cool, 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 cool. That's nice. That's actually really, really nice. I do need to raise this roof a little bit more on this side, so we're gonna do that. Wishing I still had mouse mode activated, but it is what it is. Yo, thank you, Tama. Well, Tamo, what's up, Tamo? Can we get some love out there? We got a 4-month resub coming in. Thank you. Thank you so much, dude. Love in the chat. If you got a free hand, HDES hype. You know the deal around here, baby. Thank you very much, man. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right. Because I think I actually want this up one. Just to give it a more powerful effect. So we're going to put the base brick up here. Followed by all right, let's close this up. Just saying hi to see how everyone is. Yeah, how you doing, Howland? Good to see you. All right. Let me just dig my way in here real quick. Look at that. We're right by the edge of some ocean water. Okay, perfect. We'll just go ahead and do this one by one. Yeah, thank you, Tamo. What y'all been gaming on this weekend? What's been on the gaming agenda here, Afternoon Squad? Let's check in with the chat here. How we feeling today, y'all? Okay. On our way out, let's close this up. I identify I'm doing this a little bit the hard way by trying to not destroy stuff while I progress here, but that's all right. It'll all work out in the end. I don't mind taking my time. Kirby Crystal Stars DLC. Oh, really? You're playing Kirby Forgotten Land? I love that game so much. Been working on call, so not so much gaming. Ugh. All right, so funny enough, we can actually just use the ocean water here. It's not going to be enough. We would want it to be coming from the middle, probably, right? But funny enough, like, the ocean water is not going to be quite enough to accomplish the goal. But we do have a natural source of water right here for like one side of this, but I think ideally we want the water pouring out like right around here. I think ideally that's what we want going on here. Oh, wait, we have to go up one. Oopsies. Finish your Pokedex? Oh, congratulations. Did you, Lily Tazi? Nice. Now, do you plan on doing anything more with this game, or are you going to take a break for now and maybe check out some other games? I saw you doing DDV. I was in the DDV channel checking out your work per usual. All right, nice. So we actually don't need all this space in here. We can actually tighten up this whole room to make sure that we're not wasting our water spreadage, right? Because I think that's something that we have to be conscious of. We don't want to waste our water spreadage, I think. So we want to fill in as much of this space as we can. All right, and then I'm gonna give myself a little way to get out of here. If I get the perfect camera pan, there we go. If I get the perfect camera pan, I can. It's a little bit of a mini game, but we got this. Watch. Trying to go up with Magnemite is such a chore, dude. This is not where Magnemite shines at all, dude. He sucks, dude. I love you, Magnemite, but going up, this is like Zoolander. Zoolander has a problem turning left. Magnemite has a problem going north. I'm obsessed. I'm building up my wastelands. Dude, nice. Can't wait to see what you accomplish in this game because you're so talented, dude. Cannot wait. Bum, 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 bum. All right. This is about halfway. Let's see how this works and see if we're going to need 2 sources of water. So that's what we're just trying to build this up right now. So this is where my floodgate's gonna go. Easy peasy. Then we go here. We switch out of Magnemite mode. We're in this super tight space. Again, doing all this and then building around it would make a lot more sense, but we're not the kind of guy that generally makes a ton of sense. So we're just gonna do things our way here. All right, boom, boom. Okay, now it's closed off. And if we open up the floodgate, it is filling up the whole area. That's a perk. We might have did it. Now let's go out and see what it looks like. Do 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 do. Wow, it worked. Oh no, I didn't do it properly. It would have worked over here. I just didn't do it right. I'm just a boob. Okay. So we're almost there. We just got to fix that last part. Nice. Dude, the corner trick is perfect. I was thinking I was envisioning at first. I had the gulp. I had a gulp moment when I realized, and I thought to myself, am I gonna have to have 1,000, like 10 sensors on each side with 10 floodgates, you know, doing the window trick that was just described to me? That wasn't really ideally what I was trying to do here. So I'm happy that that's not the case. That just sounded like a lot to me, that's all. Searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. Dun, 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 dun. Nope, we're drowning. That's not good. Gotta go ahead and close this. No, stop drowning in a patch of water. Stop it. Okay, you're making this extra difficult, Magnemite. Will you just put the brick down there, please? I'm gonna freak out if you don't. Gosh, thank goodness. Holy heck. All right, now what's in front of me, and why is this water not spreading properly? Okay, it is now. All right, we're good. Again, this is my fault. I'm the one who's building in these weird conditions. This is my fault. I'm the one who's forcing myself to work under these conditions. How long does it take to get the little flying Pokemon to help you build? You got to beat the story. So anywhere between 30 and 50 hours, depending on your pace of gameplay. How you doing today, Tuna? So you have to make a choice when you load this game up. Do you power through it so you can decorate? Do you just appreciate the flow of the game? Don't worry about decorating anytime, you know, and just... I guess the best way to word what I'm trying to say is, when you play this game, you need to make a decision. You need to ask yourself, if you're trying to decorate and you are excited about doing the end game decoration content, then what you're recommended is to not do much decoration outside of like what's required in the story. That's like ideally the best advice, I think, going into this game is like, go into it with the mindset that you will be, if you really want to get to the decoration and stuff, if that really is something you enjoy, then I wouldn't recommend doing any of that stuff during the story. That's like my advice. I would just focus on the story. I would just beat the game so that you can get access to Magnemite. But if you don't really care that much about decorating, then I say just do whatever. There's plenty of people who have decorated during the story, and they had a blast. They had a blast kind of, you know, getting the opportunity to go through the story of the game and provide their Pokemon proper habitats and stuff while they do it, you know? So kind of the different flows for this game. Are you going to just kind of power through? Don't think about decorating too hard. Don't think, you know, too hard about building habitats, and just do all that stuff once you unlock all the cool features. And there's no wrong way to play this game. So, you know, just do whatever calls out to you, you know? Okay. All right, we got all that. If this game should have Harvest Moon / Pokemon, then I'd buy it. Wait, what do you mean? What's up, Demon? Dude, I'll tell you, recently they decompiled Harvest Moon 64, and I want to play it really bad. Dude, they recently decompiled Harvest Moon 64, and they're like, they're like rebuilding it and making it a PC game, and I think they might even add some mods and quality of life and stuff. I thought that was an awesome thing. We've been seeing all sorts of cool stuff get decompiled. I just made 198 hamburger steaks. Now, did you do it with... Did you get it doubled with Chef El Dente? Or did you just do it raw? That's the real question. All right, just want to make sure my setup is proper. So we have... All right, let's go back out real quick. I fear I did not know about that. Yeah, so El Dente will double anything you cook at a % chance. So if you cook 10 things at once, she can make it 20, but it's all a chance. So like it's not guaranteed, which makes it real hilarious. So just pretend that you were unlucky. Don't overthink it. Bingo, got it. I was so accurate. I didn't even count. I was just like, I need to make sure I can get in here. All right, cool. Yeah, there is farming. Yes, there is farming. The farming isn't as detailed as a Harvest Moon game, but there is farming. You can become a farmer in this game to some extent. And it's pretty quality. It's pretty good stuff. All right, so... All right, how did we do this? Now, we need a floodgate, a water spot. Okay, this is all the same. Perfect. Which means we do need to fill up all of the extra space here. Yeah, this game does have farming, and it's pretty fun, man. I can tell you one thing, the farming is useful in the sense because of food and stuff, but it's just not the most fleshed out farming in a video game. Oh, I drank the water, then instantly deleted it. All right, boom. 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 All right, all this stuff. We can close all this up. I don't know why I'm closing it up, because I'm probably going to have to come back in here for a sensor. Oh, I forgot that I need to be able to get out. Oh, here we go. Zelda open world / Pokemon Harvest Moon game ultimate. You think so? You think that's the direction we're going? A Pokemon game where you collect... A Zelda game where you collect Pokemon? That's open world, Elden Ring, hack and slash with a Call of Duty fighting segment? Oh yeah, is that where we're going? I believe it. Oh yeah, it's got to be cozy as well. It's got to be cozy as well. Yeah. you gotta throw the word cozy on it. You gotta slap the word cozy on it. Yeah, exactly. You gotta slap the word cozy on it. Cozy Call of Duty. What the heck would that look like? A cozy Call of Duty game would be a Call of Duty game where after you're done shooting the Nazis or whatever, all right, after you're done shooting Nazis, you go back to a base that you have to base build and decorate. And all the money you get from shooting Nazis gets put into a fund, and you buy furniture and you can decorate your base. Yeah, that's cozy. That's cozy Call of Duty. It's actually a decoration sim as well as a first-person shooter. Call of Cozy. You have to plant a farm so you can eat and regain stamina for shooting. Yeah. Yes, correct. That's exactly what I heard. That's how that works. All right, so now we need to figure out the sensor system. So, how do I functionally get sensors to activate those? So I need to do a chain of sensors. So we need to do a sensor. We need to do the Windows sensor chains to a button. Windows sensor to a button, right? Like that's really ideally what we're doing here. So how many sensors have I made? I have one. I'm going to need a handful of them. And then we can use any item, but it sounds like window. I'm going to just go with Dr. Rock. So I think windows seem like a super easy solution to this, right? I also think -45 said something about just using like trap doors as well. Let's just make 10 sensors for now. What's up, Alto Girl? Thanks for popping over to YouTube. Good morning. How are you, Alto? All right. So we could just use windows, right? So I guess just any window as long as it opens and closes. Is that... I'm not even sure what I'm doing. So just any window, huh? Wouldn't that be under the door section? Do I just not have a recipe for that? Skylight. So I could just use a trap door then, because it's going to open and close. It's the same idea, right? The two tall windows is what I use. That's exactly what I was picturing. So let's try it with a hatch here. In theory, the hatch works as well. Yeah, in theory, the trapdoor works just as smoothly. Right, okay. Since I don't have the recipe for window, I'd have to copy them, and that's doing a lot. All right, so we're gonna break down this whole thing here. We're going to break down this whole thing here. I'm actually just going to go Gorilla Fist on it. I just don't care. And we'll just fix whatever we mess up here. Bam, bam, bam. All right. Bam, bam, bam. So we need to go one lower here. All right, this is good. Fell asleep watching Hylian stream, had a dream that I fell asleep watching a Hylian stream. Oh my lord. The meta. We love that. Okay, so then we put a trap door. We punch this stuff. All right, so we're gonna put a trap door here, and then we're gonna put another sensor here, and then another trap door here. And now, Hey, thank you, Anonymous. That was very kind of you, dude. Boom. Wait, I might be wrapping my head around this wrong. The laser needs to be facing the item opening, correct? Yeah, hold on. I just realized that at the same time as you said that. I'm like, wait, this doesn't make sense. Hold on a second. So we have one laser pointing at the floodgate. Check. Now we need to activate that laser. So how do we activate this laser right here? You would activate it with movement. So how do we... So I would have to move this brick. In theory, I have to move this. But we don't want to move that brick because we don't want the water coming out of the side. That's the problem here. I don't want to move this brick, right? The floodgate itself will trigger that laser. Interesting. Okay. So then... Okay, so this sensor is going to trigger this laser then. And then this sensor is going to trigger this sensor. So really, I don't have a button to start the process in my inventory. This is a... If you want it to trigger the floodgate, it needs to be turned around. Ah. Right. And then does it need to be touching the floodgate now? Does it have to be up next to it? Yeah, we are doing redstone stuff. That's right, Abby. You're hip to Minecraft redstone. Posted a couple pictures about building with sensors. Here, let me go take a look at them. I apparently need all the help I can get here. We'll look at them together, chat. Hold on. All right, cool. Let's get some documentation here real quick. All right. So, left, behind, right. Detection zone. Senses movement up to 2 blocks forward. Trigger zone. Oh, I see what I see. I understand now. I understand now what I was doing wrong. All right, now, does it go down or up, by the way? Just a side note, does it have any depth, or is it only in the straight row? Is there no depth to this? Is there no height? Oh, no worries, shenanigans. Enjoy the gifted, dude. All adjacent blocks, a 1-block radius, not forward adjacent diagonals. Triggers shift state, lights on, off, doors open, close. Won't re-trigger source item, no infinite loops. Correct, I do understand that. Pokopia, how to build with laser sensors. So scenario 1, door moves in front of sensor. Scenario 2, sensor looks at another sensor, no motion detected. Sensor B doesn't move. Sensors detect motion, not signals. When sensor A triggers sensor B, just sits there. It doesn't physically move, so sensor A has nothing to detect and never fires. Put a moving object between the sensors. Oh. All right, so door A moves, door B moves, door C moves. I need to do them in reverse. Each sensor looks at a door 1 to 2 blocks ahead, then detects the moving It triggers the next door the next door next to it. The door's motion is detected by the next sensor. Best moving objects, simple doors and hatch windows. So I had the whole setup backwards. Because I, for some reason, was obsessed with the laser itself. So this is what I want. Yeah. Now here's the problem though. How do I get it to trigger this without having to remove this block next to the floodgate? Is that even... So I guess I would want it here. But then that's where the water is. I still feel like I have a slight complication. Let me check this other picture out. Right, yeah, I saw that. Right, yeah. So it's 2 blocks in front of you. Also, thank you, Alto Girl, for the gifted sub to Pixely Dust on YouTube. You didn't have to do that, homie. Sit the laser on top of the block next to the floodgate. So there is gonna be depth. Dude, they really thought this system through. This is actually a pretty nice system. Wow. So there is gonna be depth. But now I need to replace it because I have the switches in reverse right now. So hold on. I need to close this door. To get the sensors to trigger again and again, you need to create a loop. Right, we're gonna use a button at the end. Oh, so maybe I want to have a bigger window. I want to have a door here. I want to have a 2-block item here. Yeah, I could just put a 2-block item here and that would trigger the laser. I get it. Yep, I just need a 2-block item. And it's going to trigger it because the laser's going to see it. This is where like the double windows come in or a tall door comes in. Ah, I get it. It only took me 8,000 years. All right, so let's see. Yeah, the pictures helped me a lot. Thank you, dude. Seriously, I'm going to be pinning those pictures. Those are really nice infographics. I don't know where you got them from, but credits go out for sure. All right, so we're going to put this door here. Let's pick all this stuff back up again. All right, and then what we're going to do is we're going to rotate this and put it like that. And then put this like that. All right, and then we're going to put this door down here. I'm going to close that door. Oh, the water's triggering it because the water's flooding in here. We'll fix that problem later. We're just messing around. We'll fix that problem later, though. I just want to see it working in action. Yeah, though it's detecting the movement of the water. So wait, you can use water to affect sensors? So you could have a waterfall appear, trigger another sensor, that opens up a floor under your foot. You fall through the floor down a water slide to the bottom where more water hits another sensor, and then some lights turn on. Think about that. Water counts. Dude, water counting is actually pretty nuts. People use lava because it travels slower. That's sick, dude. Water triggering counting is actually really fun. That's super interesting to me. So now I do still have a problem though. I think I solve it like by doing this. because I just saw the infographic and I believe this still will work. I think we just need to move everything back one here. All right, so now the water can't flood in here. So now we put a door followed by a sensor. Maybe not. Maybe I was wrong. Let's keep going. Yeah, maybe I was wrong. I thought that it said, I thought the infographic said something about the adjacent, but I might have misinterpreted. Yeah, I did misinterpret. It was, so why is it showing that in green? All surrounding blocks trigger, including diagonals. I see. That's from the front perspective. Oh. So in theory, couldn't I just tuck it one space further back then? Right above the water. Which we could do that by removing the water first. All right. Putting a brick down. I believe this will work. Put this down here. Punch this in this. Put my sensor here. Delete the block under it. Let's be precise about this. All right. Sensor stays. We drink water. We drop water. We go back another space. We drop another brick. Okay, it works, but oh, you know what? It's still gonna work. Yeah, because it's 2 blocks ahead. Yep. All right, we got it. We figured it out with the help of the chat. Thank you so much, everybody. Floating sensors. Got y'all. Yep, the floating sensors came through, dude. Floating effing sensors, dude. All right. Keep pushing this way. Now, in theory, you could actually do every 2 spaces. For the record, you can actually make this more effective, like with less materials, because in theory, this still works. Right? And you get a whole extra space between. You get a little bit more distance, right? I think so. Yeah, in theory, this still works. And you're getting a little bit of extra distance out of it. All right, and then that goes there. So then what do we do from here? So now, I don't know how switches work. Let's go learn how switches work. Do they have to be pretty much right next to the thing that you want them to open, I imagine? Glitter undies over glitter beards. I don't know if I like that. Let's go learn about switches. Yay! You have to use glowing stone to get floor switches? That's kind of brutal. You think I have that stuff laying around? I thought there was just another regular button that wasn't a card reader. I thought there was just like a regular button that wasn't the card reader. I guess not. Okay, that's good enough. It's just called a wall switch. Do I just not have the recipe? Am I just that out? I just don't have the recipe. Yeah, wouldn't it be under utilities? Do I just not have the recipe? I love this game. I love that I'm this far into the game and I just don't have the recipe for wall switch. Like, of all things to not have the recipe for, like that's how this game is good, actually. That's a really good part of this game. That everybody's playthrough's different. There it is. Purchased. We bought the wall switch recipe. We got it. Fancy. All right, sick. So let's find out how far away we need to be from this to activate it. So let's see if it'll activate right here. It does. Okay. Let's see if it activates here. What is the range on this thing? Okay, what if will it activate here? No, it tells you. Wow, it actually tells you when you place it. Wow, that's got a range of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1. It's got like a diagonal range of 1, 2, 3. So what is it? Probably a 3x3 around it. That's nice. That's not bad at all. So I couldn't get it to, oh, I would have to extend it around. I see. I'm trying to wrap my head around. So now if I want one switch to activate both waterfalls, we need to wrap the switch chain around. That's what we need to do here. So let's start cutting into this and figure out what we're doing here. Ah! Ah! Oh, I see. It's not even. I see. Okay. Thought it was even. Thought it was even Stevens, but it doesn't look like it is. Right, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it's on the 5th. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, yeah, okay, I went down 1. I remember. Okay, this makes more sense. Let me just fill up these holes here. For a second, so I can see what's going on. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what I thought. So somehow I managed to make this room seem symmetrical, but it actually hasn't been the whole time. That's super funny. I didn't realize I did that. All right, so we're gonna just cut into this wall for now, and then we'll fix it all up later. I hate when it does the block behind it. Like, will you stop that? That's one of my least favorite things that Magnemite does. When it picks up and destroys the block behind the one you're trying to destroy. It's like, dude, that's not even anywhere near what I was pointing at. I mean, it's adjacent. All right, we should be coming up on water soon. Okay, here we are. It's irritating. Yeah, it is. Because it's like so obvious that we're not aiming for that. It's like, why is it going through the wall? Nice. Our first foray into the redstone mechanics of the game. Kind of neat, actually. I'm kind of excited that this is where we're at. This is where we've made it. We've come so far. All right, we need to go craft another door real quick. Even though I could probably just go find a door in my storage and use it. All right. Grab some Poke Metal out of here. We came home with about 500, which is awesome. All right, let's grab this boat door. We're going fancy with our techniques here. Cool. So the fact that you can use doors or two block height items means that you could extend, you could go up, you could crawl up slowly with the sensor system. You guys see what I mean? Like the fact that you have the option to like go with height a little bit, you can like slowly crawl a sensor system up through like something if you need it, or down, which is pretty cool that you have like so much freedom. Not many complaints about this game, I know, but there are like pretty annoying little quirks. You could make a spiral sensor tower too. That's cool. Yeah, you could do. I'm starting to see the possibilities for sure. All right, spit out. All right. And we're in. So we do door. We do sensor, we turn it around, make it face us. We step back 2 spaces to save materials. We put a door, we do another sensor right behind it. And then another trap door. All right, and now we have both of our waterfalls with 2 different switches. Now we have to play the game of combining the switches to one focal point, to one button, to one location, which actually is not as hard as it sounds. If it sounded hard, it's not. What we're gonna do is we're gonna be going up and above. And because we don't want this weird crack in the ceiling, we're gonna actually have to go. We're gonna have to figure that out. Like, how do we avoid the crack in the ceiling here? I know what I'll do. I know exactly what I'm gonna do here. All right, let's just set this up and we'll figure that out later. I know exactly how I'm gonna handle this. All right, so we're gonna walk this over to the other side, and we're gonna create a tunnel for the sensors to talk to each other. Just like this. And then the only difference is we need a couple tall doors here. So let me go get 2 more doors. I think somebody is homeless up here walking around. Yeah, I destroyed somebody's home. Oopsies. Sorry, Hoot Hoot. I think we need 2 more doors. All right, and because we have such a large range for button switches, we don't actually have to work terribly hard at this. So we're gonna go ahead and bring we're gonna have the switch on the right side. No, the left, because we technically have more room on the left because we messed up. So we'll have the switch on the left. Okay, so we're gonna be bringing the right side to the left here. Let's go. All right, we got a door. And then we got a sensor. And then we got a door. And we got a sensor. Another little door. And another little sensor. And we're wrapping it up with another door. And then another sensor. All right, let's see if this works. I might have miscalculated, but we're just having fun. Okay, hold on. I want to bring this over here. I forgot. Okay. I accidentally messed up and I got them reversing, but I do have it working. That's my bad. I did this. I need to switch this door real quick. I think all I have to do is fix this, switch this door. Or, I mean, actually, it would make more sense to just go in here and close the floodgate, wouldn't it? Okay, we got them both on the same schedule now. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. It reminds me of making like reverse doors in Minecraft. That's what it makes me think of. Where you would make reverse doors in Minecraft. Got it. Got it. Look at that. All right, so now, how do I make it? Okay, that's it. That's all I needed to do for my vision. Okay, I can't hide the button behind the curtain. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's kind of sad. Oh. All right, I need more aged stone wall. What are we building here? We're building a secret base akin to generation 2 and 3. All right, where did I dump those ceiling pieces? Got them. Oh, I guess we would actually want ceiling pieces here, not wall, I think. Yeah, we're building a secret base. All right, I fear that when I go to plug the hole here, though, I'm gonna mess up my system again, but that's fine. We'll be able to fix it. Boom, 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 boom. We messed up, Mr. Streamer? I think you messed up. No, if you're watching the stream, you're a part of this. You think you can just avoid it? You're watching the stream, you're a part of this, all right? You can't just duck out. What if I'm just listening? You have a pass. Lurkers get a pass. See what this is what we built, Netius. This is what we've built so far. You ready? We have a button that activates 2 waterfalls. Look. This is what we've worked on so far. You press the button and 2 waterfalls activate. So far, that's all we've done. We're still working. Guess we could put like some pillars here eventually. I'm just gonna do this for now, even though this was supposed to be ceiling block. I'm just gonna do this for now. Actually, I'll just replace it really quick with wall block. Yeah, perfect. We'll do that. I hate that it's not, that I accidentally, it's not symmetrical. It was really meant to be. I don't care that much because like this is meant to be like a secret thing. And what I can do to solve this is I can just make it a one door so that it's at least looks symmetrical from out here. Even though like it's technically not when you enter. That's like the best solution. I'm such a boob. These companies are creepy. They sure are. What's up, Lillian? Do you know that if this is technically a house or a building, and if you have a crafting bench, it'll pull from the chest, not just the ones next to it? I did know that, Lillian, yeah. Isn't that super nice? All right, so now I want to hide this button, and I want to put a door here that only opens like that. And then as you walk in, all of the waterfalls activate. Put some fat plants in front of it. Bam, hidden. Yeah. All right, sick. Sick. Searching far and wide. And actually, we can actually put this right next to it, and I think it's still going to function perfectly. I like how you said it, fat plants. Power that's inside. All right, and then we're gonna hide this area. So how do we hide this false? What are good items to hide stuff behind? Is there anything besides for curtains that would do something curtain-y? Does that sentence make sense? Yo, thank you, Summer Breeze, for 16. There's a wall partition? Oh, the wall partition. I know what you're talking about. Vines could be cool, yeah. Power that's inside. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. You teach me and I'll teach you. I've gotten good with Graveler. Graveler control takes time. Graveler control takes finesse. Being able to control Graveler properly separates the men from the boys. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that serious. I wish there was just like an undo button sometimes. Anybody else just wish there was an undo button sometimes? Yeah, like just a button that's like, actually, that was the worst decision, and now I have to deal with breaking it all down manually one by one because I haphazardly didn't think first. Like, way to punish me for not using my brain, game. You're the best. Now I have to do this. Because I don't want to try to punch it. I'm going to break the ceiling. It's just the whole thing. Looks like I need to become a man now. I don't know if my husband will appreciate that, but gotta graveler it up. Your husband will understand, dude. What's a pair of balls between a married couple, you know? What's an extra pair of balls between a married couple? That's fine. Nobody cares. Who cares? Just an extra pair of balls, dude. Nobody's mad. No one cares. What's up, Banana Universe? That's what I always say. See, Erica knows, man. Erica's ahead of the game. A small price to pay for optimum graveler play. The small price to pay for optimum graveler play. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first. All right, see, you put the curtain down, everybody. Then you break the wall behind it. And what did I just tell you? Ta-da! Secret entrance that's not so secret because there's massive gaps because the bricks. So I lied to your face. It's not actually that useful. But ta-da! Secret! So how you would solve this is you would put it one back. So what you would want is you would have the secret maybe and then I guess, so you see what I'm saying? Do you see why this solves the problem? Do you see why that solves the problem there? Here, let me do it again, but not F it up. So, and to show you this properly, I need to bust this open further. So do this, do this, do this, do this, right? Then you switch to Magnemite, you clear the blocks out of the way. So now you still are gonna have your secret and it's gonna work and it's gonna look secret. Like it's not gonna expose anything because you have bricks in front of it. You have to sink it a little bit. So then you can go in here and you still have a secret door. So that would be the solution to that problem, is you would have to sink it into the wall a little bit, which I'm not actually afraid to do here. That's actually not that bad. Yeah, I'm doing that right now, yeah. Yeah, this doesn't look bad at all. All right, so you sink this in, and then you would just have to figure out, like, what you wanted to do, right? Because, like, in theory, you don't actually sink the whole thing in here, right? No, stop! Stop punching stuff! Sorry, I've hit my... I haven't played this game in a couple weeks, so it's frustrating. I don't know the buttons of the game. So you actually do this. It doesn't have to be completely sunken is what I'm trying to show you here. Watch, it doesn't actually have to be completely sunken here, watch. What's up, Lily Betheluna? Because the problem was only the size. See, the problem was only the... Oh, nope, it wasn't. You can still see the gap, dang it. So yeah, it has to be completely sunken. I don't mind it though. I was hoping that we could maybe game the system here, but it's still pretty ugly. It's still pretty ugly. So this is gonna be a secret entrance to the other area, and then we're gonna do another one on this side that's gonna go to somewhere else. So we're gonna have that side as well. So let me go get a couple more curtains, and then we could turn the curtains into fun patterns that like fit our build and stuff like that. I don't think there's any other items in the game that work well for a false door, do they? What do y'all, any ideas for secret false doors and stuff? Does anybody have any other ideas? I feel like there's not many options for what I'm trying to do there, huh? I feel like the curtains might be the best answer. Like, what else are you gonna do? Yeah, you could use water, right? Like a liquid is also, that was actually my first idea. Correct. Yep. Thank you very much for that call out. Yeah, my first idea was to have a hidden door behind a waterfall. That was actually my first plan, was to have a hidden door behind a waterfall. But instead what we're doing is we're actually doing an elevator. So I can actually explain what I'm doing here for those that have been tuned in watching my process. So what we plan to do here, all right, so we're gonna, let me quickly build this just so I have it done for future me. All right, I'm gonna grab Magnemite. Sometimes I hate how long it takes to open your inventory after you switch to Magnemite mode. It's like, there's like a big delay, and I'm always frustratingly spamming the inventory button. All right, so this one's gonna lead to maybe a bedroom, maybe something private, whatever. This one is actually gonna lead into here. We're gonna do one more path. And this one's gonna go around. And in fact, I want this to go back one more, because I want there to be a certain effect that you feel when you walk in here. Right, so you open it up, you're gonna see this turn. I want this tunnel to be a teeny bit longer, I think. Locker room aesthetic, especially with the curtains now looking like showers. That's funny. I like that. All right, this is probably... All right, perfect. New game with Unreal Engine will reveal at June Game Showcase. So that could be anything, right? Because Unreal Engine is so used everywhere. Everything's in Unreal nowadays. Nothing beats a good old painting Minecraft trick for hiding stuff. Oh yeah, yeah, the classic. All right, cool. So this is going to lead, here. And then you're going to discover this. Now, I hate this. Why is this like this? What did I do to deserve this punishment? Why is this not flush with the wall? Holy heck, this game hates me, apparently. All right, let's see if we can still use this switch, even if it's on this brick right here. Hopefully it still works. Okay, it still works. Looks like we're pulling this whole wall forward here. Yeah, why do you hate me, Pokopia? Why are you doing this to me? I know, it's like a weird fourth. It's so gross. All right, problem solved. And the hallway looks nicer anyways. It's fine. Problem solved. Hallway looks nicer. It kind of all works. We're going to come in here. Then you're going to find this. Then you're going to open this up. And then these waterfalls are going to drop down. And then this is going to lead to an elevator. They're going to take this elevator to get to my secret base. Me when I blow up Pokopia with my mind. All right, can I craft an elevator? What do I miss? What am I missing? Glass, concrete, tinka gears. Okay. Literally everything in here. If I can't, I have to be able to craft 2 of these stupid. Don't you have to craft 2 of them? Do you have to craft 2 of them? No, you just need ladders. And then no, you do need 2 of them. Yeah, I think you need 2 with ladders connecting them. All right, let's just do the 1 for now. You're washing Legos? Is this like a weird euphemism for something? Yo, you washing Legos or are you just happy to see me? No, don't drown. Will you just place the block? Will you just please place the block? Okay. We'll go and we'll fix all that later. What's up? What's up, Jen? All right, let's see how big this elevator is and if it's gonna ruin my day down here. It might ruin my day. Yeah, it's pretty massive. I didn't calculate the size of the elevator into my equation. I just like figured I would figure it out, which I am about to, but that was not something I was considering at all. Okay. Okay, leave me alone. Please. Dun, 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 dun. Guerrilla Games co-founder planned to do an Unreal Engine. I haven't thought about Guerrilla Games in a little while. They do some good work, yeah. All right. Oh, it's still not, it's not gonna, I still need the more top space, I believe. Oh, you know, it needs to have a ladder. Okay. I guess that makes sense. I was just trying to do the ladder stuff later. Okay. I've never really set down an elevator outside of the one in the story, so I didn't really know how this works. Guess we're using wooden ladders. I don't know if I have any others. Okay. So you put the ladders down. Ah, this is a big boy. Oh my god! All right, we need to bust open this wall one more. All right, nice. That's a big boy elevator here. All right. And then we're gonna go down and we're gonna put an elevator below us to our secret base. That's what we've been working on all day, is our secret base. Our not symmetrical secret base, mind you. I might actually just go ahead and redo the other side. I also could maybe cheese a fix. If I could just extend the water one, I wouldn't have to really think about fixing it too much. There might be a cheesy fix here without having to tear stuff down. Let's try. The Eiffel Tower and the Arc. Dude, those are cool Lego sets. Interesting. All right. Okay, no. I went too high up. Oops. I went too high up here. Oh no, I just need to remove the top layer. Okay, I know what I need to do. So it's gonna take me switching back to mouse mode to make this actually easy to do. Yeah, okay. So first, let's go back to what we were doing that we thought was wrong. I guess it doesn't matter what order we do this in. It doesn't matter. It's going to be messy no matter what. Yeah. Yeah, we can't really avoid that. Just one punch at a time here. I could go turn the water off, but I kind of like it being on here because I can make sure that things are working the way that I want. All right, and we'll just clean up this not symmetrical nightmare here that I accidentally created. I created a monster. I created a monster. Oh, no. You don't gotta go all the way up like that. Stop. Okay. All right, we got it. We just gotta fix those spots over here. Grab this, grab this, grab this, and then put these back up here. Okay, we're done. That wasn't bad at all. That wasn't bad at all. Super quick fix to make this room make a lot more sense after I totally miscalculated my symmetry. I wasn't like counting blocks or anything, so like it wasn't like I'm surprised that it's off, but I for sure just gave it a quick look and was like, this is symmetrical, and I kept working. So like I was a little thrown off when it wasn't symmetrical because, you know, despite not counting blocks and ensuring it was, I was pretty convinced that it was. So I was in the end shocked that I ended up dropping the ball there. Get out of my eye. Frick. Nice balloon in the Twitch chat. All right, nice. So we have our elevator. We have our secret base. Sorry about this. Something in my eye here. Can't see. Okay. Fixed our ceilings here. Fixed our ceilings here. All right. The beginnings of our secret base. All right, you have to go all the way through here. And then you have to find these curtains, but these curtains are going to be, they're both going to lead to different doors. So I was thinking about trying to hide the curtain. Like, I was thinking about trying to make this not obvious, but because they won't let me put the curtain up without an indentation into the wall, I cannot. I have to pivot what I was trying to do. I wanted to maybe make this a hidden door. The only real way to do a hidden door in this game is liquid. That's what I've realized. Like, the only way to do a real hidden door in this game is going to be a waterfall. It's going to be liquid. And that's fine. That's just not what I had planned to do. So, because I don't want to do another waterfall in here or running water in here to do like a true hidden door, I'm doing these curtains. So it's less of a hidden door and more of just like a doorway that you don't see right away, you know, whatever. But I don't think there's any other way to do a hidden door outside of water mechanics. Yeah, not that I can think of off the top of my head. Welcome back, Armazoo. And we're going to be using water for the actual entrance of the basement, which is another reason why I don't want to do the water again. Because that's how we're going to hide this actual entrance. This entrance right here is going to be covered in water. And then you're going to walk over here, and then you're going to trigger a sensor, and then the water's going to stop. And then you're going to walk in here. And that's how you're going to get into my base in the first place. So I don't want to run that same gimmick twice to hide a door back here, which is why when I went into this whole process, in my mind, I thought I was going to be hiding the door with the curtains. They kind of played me with these curtains a little bit. They're not quite the best for secrets. All right, let's dump our inventory again. We're going to end up having to sort all this stuff later. And then let's start punching chests and moving our storage unit down here. One chest at a time. You ready? Boom. Jacked it up. Don't punch chests? No. I want to. That's fun to me. I got the DLC for Pokemon Violet. Nice. If the item total goes over 512, you lose your stuff. Listen, buddy. I don't want your life. All right? I don't I don't want your life. No, that's good advice, actually. So this is only a problem if you're in an area with a lot of items on the ground, right? How does it deal with stacks in that conversation then? A long row of curtains with only having an opening behind would be a better trick. Yeah, that would work. That would be the other way to... That would be an actual hidden doorway, yeah. Yeah, correct. Oh, correct. I might take advantage of that idea. Give me some time to cook on it. Yeah, like, it's... You say 512. Now, is it counting a stack? So if I drop 6 stacks of stone on the ground, am I just guaranteed to lose some? That's like a really interesting question, right? Like, is it saying 512 items in general, or is it saying... individual items? I'm curious. Because at that point, I would hit that cap so fast. You could try dropping six. You can't drop items in this. Oh, yeah. Put it in a chest and punch it. Yeah. We could test it for science. Do you guys wanna test it for science? All right, let's test it on these leaves. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, now let me leave that stuff there for a second so that we pick it up with a clean inventory. Give it just a moment here. Oh, I didn't pick the chest up. All right, let's just swiper no swiping one of these real quick. Swiper no swiping. You can drop items with the plus button, I think, while looking in the big bag. Wait, can you? I thought we came to a conclusion at one point that you couldn't drop items for some reason, and we were thinking of cheesy ways to deal with items. Maybe that's what wasn't what the conversation was. We were trying to figure out how to permanently delete stuff. We were talking about how do you permanently delete stuff in the game. So look at that, all 6 stacks. So maybe the game is smart enough to not do that. Maybe the game is smart enough not to like delete stuff unless it's like a ton of stacks. So the science says that it doesn't count. It only counts separate stacks, maybe. So maybe the item limit is 512 separate item stacks. So a piece of furniture, whatever. Maybe that's what the actual limit is. Right? Like maybe it has something to do with that. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, right. Like that was the conclusion we came up to, was go to your dream islands and then drop the items there and leave, and they'll be permanently deleted. Oh, you could drop them into the void of the sky islands. That's smart. So yeah, like that's why we were even talking about this, because at one point we were trying to figure out like, what do you do with all your extra items in the game? How do you get rid of them? And I guess for some reason during that conversation, I thought that you couldn't drop items. I don't know where my brain went with that, but I don't know what's going on today, Lights. Just chilling right now. Pretty tired though. All right, sick. Sick. All right, we got ourselves a little crafting arena here. And then we're gonna eventually do something with the crafting area, but for now, this is just functional. And it gets all the stuff from upstairs. I might put a rug or something down here. I should give you something like a trash can. Yeah, I don't think the garbage cans work that way in this game, but that would be ideal, right? That would be ideal. Yeah, I don't think they work that way normally. Yo, what up, Doomslayer? How you been, buddy? Welcome to the show, man. Do 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 do. I was gonna pop you back on the TV for the kids. Oh, cute. I wish we had recycling where we could uncraft items. Yeah, the uncrafting. The Cheshire Cat Pokemon, yeah, DDV. That was my first thought, was DDV, which is funny. Dun, 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 dun. All right, we might snatch up this idea. I'm gonna have one space open. This whole dungeon that I created is not symmetrical. Oh, my crafting table's downstairs now. So it won't be perfect, but we could make this work somehow. This is a fun idea. I'm gonna see this idea through for now, because I think it's really neat. All right, why is twine not connected? Oh, it doesn't count the stuff in front? Oh, because it can only be 4 chests. It's only going to be able to be 4 chests. That's why, yeah. All right, we'll figure that out later. I made the mistake of punching 20 chests without picking the stuff up, and I lost so much. Oh no, really? Dude, that's terrifying, dude. Oh no, really? Wow. One time I made the mistake of I did something similar. One time I made the mistake of breaking a bunch of materials for farming, thinking that I could just destroy the whole island before I started picking stuff up. That doesn't work that way. Eventually, the items just start to disappear. Pretty rough. Yeah, you can punch a chest with items, and just like Minecraft, it all explodes all over the ground. Yeah, allowing you to pick up your items faster is like what we're talking about. That's what we're like actually talking about here, is allowing you to pick up your items a little bit faster. Take your redstone knowledge and hide your chest behind waterfalls. I'm not going to do that in this base, but maybe downstairs we'll do some more waterfall stuff. I do love that idea. All right, we'll fix all the details. I'm being lazy. I don't feel like fixing all these details right now. Okay. I grabbed a few packs of Pokemon cards yesterday. Apparently the Mega Starmie I pulled is $75+. Really? Oh. Ah. Holy heck, man. I even went and trimmed my nose hair midstream. And I'm still dying over here. I think it's my mustache that's creeping into my nose. It's not the nose hair. I think my mustache is overdue for a trim here. It's killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. Ugh. Leave me alone. I want to rip my nose off of my face right now, dude. Holy heck. What's up, Didius? All right, boom. Close this up. Megastarmie X and Megastarmie Y with jacked arms. I love that. I love it. Give me some jacked arms, dude. I love that so much. Where did I mess up? Dun, 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 do, 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 do. All right, so I can have one space in the middle if I want. Oh, I see. I understand. It's because this side has 3 and this side has 2. It's still a problem. Let me move this over here. All right, sick. All right, nice. And then we just have to have this part in the center that we have to figure something out with. Oh, I guess it does. I guess we could put a left or a right down and just close it. Sick. That's so nice. I didn't even think of that. That is great. I actually want this. No, for now we'll just do this. I might end up changing what I'm doing here, but yeah, when I'm talking about the left and the right, we'll figure that out later, but for now this is the idea. So now we can decorate these curtains, and what we're going to do is we're going to decorate this space. So pretty much like I'm thinking maybe these 4 spaces on the ground here. So starting like here, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're going to do some rugs, and we're going to start making this area look like real nice and posh. with whatever kind of color coding. It's not going to be the same background at this point or anything. So these tiles that we're using in between the chest are going to change once we get to this little corner here. So then, and I might even push it back one more. So this is all going to be like nice looking, and I'm going to stylize the curtains to match whatever I end up deciding to do for this little crafting corner. However, over here, maybe in the middle, will be a secret door. Like maybe just right here in the middle makes the most sense actually, because it's obvious, but it's also kind of hidden. So like whatever I want to do with that, I'll figure out later. But it's behind one of these sets of curtains is going to be a hidden door. And you're going to open up the curtain, you're going to walk in, and then you're going to find the hidden base. And then this is going to take you here. Waterfalls are going to fall down as you enter. And then you're going to go into an elevator. The elevator is going to take you down. And it's not going to be that far of a trip, I don't think. I'm not going to turn this into one of those builds you see on TikTok with a crazy elevator view. Like nothing like that. The elevator is just going to take you down a little bit. Then you're going to go out the elevator and you're going to be in the secret base. And that's what we're building towards. So we're currently creating a secret base from Pokemon like Generation 3 is what we're going for. It's going to be super sick. So let's go see what some secret bases from Gen 3 look like. Let's just go get some inspiration for like some secret bases. Because like, I don't remember what they're like at all. Let's go take a look at some secret bases here. Like, look at, this is one of them right here. Like, dude, the secret bases were so cool. We're gonna do something like this for sure. Like, look at this one. Here's somebody's secret base in a mountain. This is cool. So we're gonna build a secret base. Ooh, this is a secret base community art. It's like a hole in the wall, a random laptop. This is cute. Wow, this is Omega Ruby and Sapphire. Oh, it looks even better. The one theme that I'm seeing with all the secret bases, though, is that they're all supernatural looking. None of them are set up in a place that has wallpapers and floors. Every secret base, besides for this one that has hedges. So this one has hedges, so we could do some square hedges if we wanted. But there's a theme here. Have you guys caught the theme? Every secret base is in the middle of nature and wood, stone and dirt. And they have rugs, but none of them really have a very fancy look to them. Most of them have dirt on the floor. So I think we're gonna follow that theme. I think we're gonna go, our secret base is gonna be a cave. I think we're just gonna do like a cave in the ground. Now, what is this? Do you think this is like a fan game? What the heck is this? Can anybody identify what this is? Like, what is happening here? What is the material? Let me do Omega Ruby Sapphire. I want to see secret bases in Omega Ruby and Sapphire. That's what I want to see. It might be a mod. That's what I thought. I figured this was a mod. Yeah. That's Emerald Brenda. Yeah, it's probably a mod. Yeah, because it doesn't look like anything else out here. So here's an Omega Ruby Sapphire one. Let's see some Omega Ruby Sapphire stuff. Let's see if they were any more intricate. You know, I mean, I obviously believe Dankroot that they could be a lot more intricate. Like, obviously. But I'm just trying to see, like, even still, we're mostly... we're still keeping the theme of nature in these secret bases. These are not completely decked out, flooring, wallpaper, metal, you know, gold rimmed, diamond, floor, wood, like paneling, like none of that, right? Like there's a theme here you're noticing. They're all surrounded by trees. They're all surrounded by dirt and rocks, and this is what we're gonna follow. This is the theme that we're gonna follow. Is we're gonna make the secret base, the end of the elevator is gonna lead to a literal cave, basically. That I'm gonna carve out a goofily shaped cave, and it's gonna be my secret base. And I'm gonna just make it paying homage to my secret base back when I was a kid on Ruby and Sapphire. You know what I mean? Like, my whole goal with this secret base is I want it to feel like a secret base from the games. Like, that's my goal with it. Now, obviously, it's not quite gonna be the same because it's inside of a cave, inside of another cave, inside of another cave. So it's a little different than just walking up to a bush and opening it and being like, here's my new secret base. But I'm kind of making up for that by over here. So like, this is gonna be hidden by a waterfall. This is gonna be hidden by water, and then you're gonna open up this with water. It's gonna go up to a door. You're gonna open the door, and then you're gonna find my storage room, AKA the locker room, green lanyard. Once you find my storage room and my locker room, at the end of the hallway is going to be a nice looking thing. This is what I'm saying, like a nice looking posh area where I do my crafting. A crafting room, if you will. Leia's section of your house in Stardew Valley. A nice little area to do all my crafting. And that's it. That's all you're going to think to yourself. You're going to say to yourself, oh, wow, nice little craft. Oh, this is a cool little base, Hylian, you did great. But hidden behind one of these curtains is going to take you to the elevator that you don't even have to open the curtain, which is super cool. And that's going to take you to the real secret base. That's going to take you to the actual secret base. So the idea is that, you know, your average person would be satisfied here. They're going to stop here. Your average person is going to stop here. And they're going to say, cool base. And it's going to be the explorers who are able to find this door, right? So you're going to walk in here and you're going to find this door. And you're going to be like, what's this? And then you're going to click this button. And it's all the waterfalls are going to come down, and then you're going to be in here. Now we have to change the materials and stuff in here. We're far from done with this. So I just had a thought though. What's to stop you from just opening the door like this? Is there a way for you to stop that? I almost would rather put a floor switch here. Maybe. Yeah, what's the stop? You can't do that. You can't stop people from just opening the door. So if they don't press the button, they're not going to get the super cool trick of the waterfalls. Right? Like if they don't press the door, if they don't press the button here, they're not going to get the trick. So that's an interesting thing that I'm going to have to solve. How do I stop them from opening the door before they press the button? I think a floor switch solves the problem. Because if you put a floor switch right here that somehow connects to this button, if that's the thing you can even do. But if you force the player to walk on a floor switch, that would solve the problem technically. So a floor switch is probably what I want here. Yeah, a floor switch seems to be the answer, maybe. What's up, Fo? Yeah, that seems to be the play here. So the only problem is the floor switch might mess things up a little bit because I specifically have that switch on the wall so that it can reach the waterfalls, and I don't know if a floor switch is going to reach them. I think it will though. I think we're lucky here, but there is a situation where it doesn't. All right, I need glowing stone. And if that's the case, then I'm gonna have to do some more wiring. I'm gonna have to do some more wiring type deal here. So let's just first see what happens if I press this right here. Nothing. Okay. Oh, it opens up all the curtains. That's funny, actually. Oh, you love it? Yeah, it's a QD mode, right? I'm glad you enjoy it. Okay, and then let's see if we put the floor switch here. But it does not activate the waterfalls, which is what I was the most worried about. It also doesn't close the door. That's weird, right? Oh, it does. Okay, it automatically closes. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Okay, what a cool interaction. Yeah, we're just out of range for our setup by 1 brick is what's happening here. Because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think it's a 3x3 space in which this must be engaged with. So, yeah, how do you dissuade the player, or in this case, you know, just in general, how do you force the press of a button? So, L-Rob, what I'm not explaining to you in detail here is that there's only a certain amount of range that my devices can reach to switches and buttons. So I can't just, I would have to change everything that I just worked on for the past 2 hours in order to do what you're trying to recommend me doing. So you just so happen to not really see what I've accomplished over the past couple hours. So great suggestion, but it's just not that simple. I can't just put a bunch of buttons down. Yeah, all of my redstone mechanics are all in the ceilings lined around this area. And you have to be within a certain amount of distance for triggers to activate. So this isn't as simple as just putting a bunch of floor switches down. I have to either completely redo my setup, or I have to figure out a way to make it work from out here. So like, a super cheesy solution would be to cover this door up with a waterfall and then make that waterfall go up when you press the button. So a reverse floodgate, basically, where the water is flowing here and then you see a button and then water. You press the button, the water goes up, the door goes up, the waterfalls on the inside go down, and then you forcing the door to not be touched until you press the button. That's what we're trying to solve here. Is there a way to force the button to be pressed and not the door open just by pressing the A button? Unfortunately, this game doesn't have iron doors. That's the thing that it's missing. I've played a lot of Minecraft over time, and Minecraft has doors that cannot be opened without power. This game doesn't seem to have that. So there's a flaw in how they set this game up. Is there power doors in this game? That's what I need. I need doors that don't work without power or without a trigger, which I don't think this game has that. I honestly thought that the shutter was that. It made the most sense. Automatic doors don't work without power, so these. Because then I could have the button provide the power somehow, right? Like in theory, then the button could somehow provide the power? I don't know if that's how that works. Oh, there it is. So the wireless power emitter has a switch function. That's what I'm looking for. That's the answer right there. That's it. That's the answer. So we have a wireless power transmitter that this switch activates that turns this door on. Then these doors activate, and do they automatically open up? They would, because I'm standing right in front of them. Yep. So that's exactly what we're looking for. If we want to have a door that you cannot go through unless you click a button, you would want to combine the wireless power emitter with a button and then a set of automatic doors. And then the only problem is that I just built this whole area around these shutters and they just screwed me. I took the time to build this whole thing around the shutter and then they're like, actually, that's not gonna work. So is this the only set of powered doors in the game? Yeah. That's unfortunate. This whole build is gonna look really ridiculous if I It's funny because the room was originally it was originally in a way where this would have made sense, but I fixed it and then if you remember, I pulled the whole waterfall in by one just to make sure that we could make this room make sense. And I might have to undo that now. I don't know if I have a wireless power emitter laying around. Can I craft one? Let's see. Place this anywhere and it will generate electricity all on its own. Wireless power transmitter switch. Connect these to electrical generators to use them. Put a switch nearby to quickly turn things on or off. So you use one of these plus a mini generator here. Dang, man, I'm not done with the shutter. I think there's a solution with the shutter. I feel like you could figure something out to make the shutter not approachable until you press a button. I feel like the waterfall's not the only answer for the shutter. I think there's something else we can do. All right, so do you have to put the switch like right on top of it, I wonder? Okay. Just put a sign above the button that says do not press and everyone will push it. True. I gotta get this on the reverse frequency. So we want this to be on, and then we want to put this down. Good. Now we press the button, it turns everything on. Doors don't open. Waterfalls turn off. Okay. So that does work. We did figure out a way to make it to where you cannot go through a door till you press a button. So, like, we figured out a solution if we need to use one. But I'm still convinced that the shutter can be worked with. I am not giving up on the shutter. I am not giving up on the shutter. I think the shutter has potential. I'm gonna figure out how to use it. Coming outside in the game feels like I've been in a cave for hours. It's like, the sun, it blots my eyes. Okay, how can we figure out how to make this shutter not open or not be approachable until you press the button? It's gotta be the waterfall might be the answer, and I'm very well considering doing a second waterfall over here just for this. Like, that is very much something I am considering right now. Because I just love the look of the shutter. Right, like what if you put what if you sunk the shutter in an extra layer? And just put like a row of lava. Like what if you like put like a row of like one single row of lava, like between you and the door or something, right? So like so you absolutely cannot touch the door. Right, so something like this, right? And then you could put like a moat of lava, maybe. Right now, could you open the door from this? You could. Look. Ugh. You're like just close enough. Now, what if there was lava here instead, though? Let's go see. Yo, dog. Sorry. Looks like your home's gone, dude. We're busy out here. Dad's gotta work. Sorry. Dad's working out here. Sorry, dude. Yo, get out of here. All right, that should be fine for this. Oh, I'm not even going to be able to get up there. All right, let me just go get some lava water. Okay. I knew that was going to happen because of the corners. Yeah, I had a feeling that I was about to just burn everything. I was like, whatever. I'll deal with it if it happens. Why can't I place it here? Just... Oh, because the lava's coming out? Can you not just... That's so obnoxious. I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, don't think too hard about it, because lava doesn't work the way it does in, like, Minecraft. It's just not... It doesn't matter. It doesn't burn anything. It doesn't... All it does is hurt Ditto. The lava mechanics in this game are weak. This ain't real lava. This is just a phony that looks like lava. Be gone, son. All right, listen. You can't just become using my doors, Noctile. Because I destroyed your home, are you protesting? All right, so we can still open the door and the lava doesn't do anything for us. So if we wanted this to be effective, we would want to have a 2x2 lava space. Yeah, if we wanted this to be effective, we want it to be 2x2. Or we want it to be like flowing, obviously. Like, there's the option of just doing a lava wall, but that's like... That's not quite what I had in mind here. But, like, just to be clear, like, this is an option, and I understand that, but... Right, and then you just, like... Yeah, I mean, I guess, how do you stop it from flowing? I would have to place it back and above. Yeah. Okay, I understand. It's the same exact physics as water, right? Yeah, okay, so I need to have it, like, be above it and behind. So right here. This is where we actually want the source block to be. I've seen setups where you go through lava with a pokey-lith. That's cool. That's fun. Okay. So we do this. And we do this. Then we do... Man, I really wish you could do liquid stuff with Magnemite. So convenient. Yeah, that's how you would do that. Boom. It's called Raikou. Nice. So, like, this is in theory, like, what you're doing here. Like, this is in theory the best way to handle this. In theory, right? Because then you would press the button, the lava would go up because you would have a floodgate, right? And then the door would open. I mean, it does look cool, to be fair. Now, here's another way. No, that's it. There's only the powered doors you guys mentioned, right? That's the only powered door in the game. Is there any other kind of powered hatch or window in the game? It really is just the automatic doors, huh? I suppose a band-aid solution would be to just put a set of automatic doors right in front of the other doors and force you to press the button to activate the whole thing. Right? Like, that's like a band-aid solution, you know? You're designing a little dungeon puzzle room. And then the only problem with what I'm presenting here is then we have to go through the process of setting up another floodgate for this to work. Which we don't have a ton of space to work with down there. And that's the only other problem I foresee. I think the lava might actually just be the play. I really, really enjoy the slider door. Yeah, just like doors and on doors. Like doors upon doors could be a solution, yeah. Yo, dog, I heard you like doors, so I got you some doors so you could get your doors on while you're dooring, dude. Time to get adorable. Oh! That baby. All right, so this is the setup, and then what we need is we need we might actually end up pushing the door back one. Which is not the end of the world. We're just basically shortening the hallway by one here. And I think we want to shorten it by this side. I think we want to shorten this on this side, actually. We could fix this later if we feel the need. Right, this is gonna help us though, because Then we can have this as far back as possible. Now this opens up room for us to have a floodgate. Right, and then the water's gonna flow down. Let me go make sure that's how I have it set up upstairs. Yeah, we have a build right above this, which is gonna become a problem, but we're gonna make it work. Yeah, so we had the lava pouring from here. You need a lot of space for a floodgate because you need to have the lava isolated, and then you need to have the floodgate open for the lava to go through and then pour down. So the floodgate ideally would actually be right on top of the door, but then we have to be careful about that because once the door opens, the lava would be sucked back into the floodgate, so it doesn't matter. Now, floodgate does flow slowly. Yeah, this is a little bit troublesome because we have so much going on here already. Bunch of dirt. I've just been dumping stuff, so now I have to pay the price of figuring out where I dumped it. There it is. Found you. All right. Let's go back up top and see if we can visualize this first. It's gonna help out a lot if I can visualize it. Yo, we'll see your lights. All right, so and then this has to be completely isolated. This is where the lava's gonna be. And then you open the floodgate. Boom. Wall of lava. So this is ideally what we're doing. And then floodgate closes, door opens, you walk through. That is... And then this lava won't be on the floor, but there will be a hole there, which I guess we could have like a trap door. You know, there would technically be a hole here that you would just walk over, I guess, because you gotta have a trap for the lava. I guess you could put grates. Can water flow over through grates? Is that how the game works? Some kind of grates would be super cool, but I don't think there's any materials water can flow through besides for a floodgate, right? I don't think so. You bedazzled your Poke Center. I did not. That was the game. No, okay, nothing. No, stop. Will you please just pick the thing up I'm telling you to pick up? Thank you. I did mess up. I did mess up my trigger. I need to go back up here and fix the trigger real quick. Okay. All right, so we have the floodgate. Now we go behind it and we have to place the lava. Which means we need to put a brick here, a brick here, a brick here. And I think we need them to be here as well. Which we could, that's fine. We could figure all that out, how to make this look nice. Okay. Now I'm trying to build myself some scaffolding. All right. This goes here. This goes here. Okay, perfect. Now I have to build myself like some scaffolding to stand on. What up, John? Yeah, now I'm trying to build myself some scaffolding to stand on. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I was doing the right thing here. Because you can't go into full standing mode unless you're like the way I'm building this is so ridiculous. This is fun though. I'm not building actual scaffolding. All right, wasted a bottle of drink. I'm literally just trying to create a place so I can stand up. That's all. Because I can't spit the lava out unless I can stand up. Like, does this make sense? So, like, it's just an obnoxious... This is just a trivial mess that I'm in. That's all. Because Magnemite doesn't come equipped... Magnemite doesn't come equipped with the ability to move liquid because somebody just thought that was a good idea. That like whoever made that decision, you know, that's probably the thing that's making this the worst. Okay. Okay. All right. That was a lot, but we did it. We gotta press this button, please. Now, the only problem is that everything is reverse. But we did the hard part. Now the problem is that everything is reverse, and I just have to unreverse everything. You see what I mean? Because the waterfall's active, so I need to get myself up there and flip it and reverse it Missy Elliott status real quick. I just had it. Okay. All right, I messed up where I put my moat. That's fine. I guess the way that I set it up down here, the moat needs to be directly under it. That's not how I had it set up above. Oh, I see. I see what I did up above. Okay, we can actually, why don't we do it the way that we did up above? I think that'll actually be better, and then we can kind of hide the floodgate, right? A little bit? Yeah, just a little bit. It's still going to be visible no matter what. I can't. Yeah, that's about the best we can hide it, I think. Yeah, floodgate's an item in the game. Yeah, you're going to see me using it right now. Yeah, look. So the floodgate item is what allows these liquids to dump out. Yeah, that doesn't look as... Oh, I messed up. Oops. I'm such a dork. Hold on. Yeah, I thought it was going to come out of here. Oh, we have it reversed again. Why does it keep reversing? So it needs to be open when the door's not open. Yeah, it keeps reversing on me. Hold on. All right, I understand. Okay. Press the button. Let's fix it. I didn't realize it reversed on me again. I didn't realize it reversed on me again. All right, so this is how it's supposed to be. When the door is closed, the floodgate is closed. That is how it's supposed to be. So we're good there. You put that block up there. Then we need to punch this, I believe. The lava should be coming out, dropping directly in front. So we want the lava blocks to be here. This is how we have it set up outside. Okay, it took me way too long to figure that out, but I think we got it. So this is closed, this is closed. All right, this should work in theory. Got it. Success. Now, the only thing that we didn't fix is I need it to spread to 3. So let's fix that real quick. So we do need to have this open, and we do need to have this open. Because then it can spread to all 3 here. We close this door again. Wall of lava comes down. So we did succeed finally in this project. We finally succeeded in this project. It took a while. Now, in all honesty, I wouldn't mind the lava to be 1 row back. So let's see if we can actually make that happen. So how do I would have to push the lava and the floodgate back 1 more. Yeah. That's actually... No. Yeah. So I think that's the best solution here. I think that's the best solution here. Push it back one more. Train them is my cause. You know, it's funny. I was watching the first season of Pokemon, and you realize, like, dude, Ash barely catches any Pokemon. All of his Pokemon just, like, walk into his life. Oh, I think you really should use this Squirtle. I think you're going to be the best Squirtle trainer ever. And, like, at one point, they call him out on it. It's actually so funny. And, like, at one point, his crew calls him out. They're like, dude, you've never even caught a Pokemon, idiot. They're like, homie, you've never caught a Pokemon once. Like, shut up, Ash. And they like straight call the dude out on it. So then he gets pissed and he's like, I gotta catch a Pokemon. He's like, dude, I've actually never caught a Pokemon. I've only had Pokemon given to me. And he's like, all right, I can do this. And what's the first Pokemon he actually catches? What is it, a Caterpie or something? Then he goes and he catches his Caterpie, I think, after that, because he's, like, driven. Yeah. But, like, up until then, he, like, hadn't caught a Pokemon yet. Everything was, like, just handed to him. So it was just, like, a really funny situation that I, like, never fully understood about the show. Yeah, first he trades Butterfree like a freaking noob. Yeah. First he trades Butterfree like an omega noob. He just, like, trades it for Eradicate. Like, what planet are you on that you're trading a Butterfree for Eradicate? That better be an amazing rat, dude. Like that. I was like, man, what are you doing, dude? Eradicate? And this guy just talked him into it. He basically got peer pressured into it because the guy was, like, so well spoken. He's like what Michael Scott thinks Southern people sound like. It's like, I say, you want to trade that there? I say, you want to trade that there Butterfree? I say, for my little Eradicate here. And Ash was just like, I gotta do it. Look at that. We did it. We did it, dude. That was a lot of work, and we freaking did it. So you go and there's a secret room. You go in the secret room. You can either walk through the curtain or you can open the curtain. Your choice. Doesn't matter. And then you run into lava and you say to yourself, after all of that, you can still open the door through the lava. Anyways, you're supposed to press the button, and then once you press the button, the door opens, the lava goes away, the waterfalls fall down, and then you're staring down the barrel of a secret elevator. That's how it's supposed to go. And the whole thing we just did with the lava was to avoid the player from being able to open the door without pressing the button. And I realized that if you just get close enough, you can do it anyways. Now, if you get too close, you get burned. So it's like a deterrent, but you could still technically just open the door, and then you just ruin my whole waterfall. Look at lava starts pouring everywhere. It's like a whole fucking nightmare. Look. So the solution is to pull the waterfall back out one again. Like, I understand what I could do as a quick fix here, but I don't know if my switch is gonna work. We're gonna test it. We're gonna test it. I don't know if my switch is gonna work here. Let's pull the door up one. Yeah, unfortunately, I've already pulled the door back one. Like, I really don't want to pull the door back another one. I almost think the better solution is to pull the door forward now. Okay, I need to switch to placing one. And the only thing that's stopping me from doing this is this might be too thick of a wall between my floodgate setup. That's the problem now. We're about to find out right this second. Survey says it's too far away from the floodgate. Gosh darn it. I suppose I could just put the button up one. It doesn't matter if it's higher up. You could still come in here and press it if you want. I guess it just makes it more mysterious. Nope, lava still flows. Yeah, so unfortunately I didn't set this all up with this much space between. Yeah. Don't you need another switch on the other side to start the lava flow again? No, that's not what I'm doing here. I have no need to start the lava flow again. Now I could do that, sure. But that doesn't matter. That's not what I'm doing here. That's not what I'm trying to do. To answer your question, we could do what you are saying, yes. But that isn't a part of my design. I have no intention of making it to where the door closes behind you, the lava starts up again. None of that. That's not a part of my design here. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a part of the plan here. Yeah, once the door's open, the door's open. We don't need it to close again. Nothing like that. Once it's open, it's open. Is there a way you can hide the switch that opens the rolling door or move it somewhere not easily seen? No, that's okay. I want the switch to be seen because everything else is hidden. You see, this whole door is hidden. This whole area is hidden. So, besides for the fact that you could see the lava between the curtains. So yeah, we don't need to hide the switch back there. Finding the room back there is the hidden, that's the secret. Once you're back here, I don't need to hide the switch from you. I'm fine. And then the only other thing I don't like is that you see all the inner workings of my setup. That's the only problem anyways. It's like, even though this right here works, once you open the door, you could see all of my inner workings, which just looks so gross. Yeah, we might have to drop the lava door idea. We might go back to the automatic door idea. Automatic door idea seems to be the good one. Here's the other option. I'm not actually being forthcoming here. The other option is completely redoing my floodgate setup again, which wouldn't take that much time. Like, we would just have to raise it up another level, which wouldn't be too bad. So like, I do have another solution if I like the lava door enough. If I like the lava door enough, what I can do instead is I can go in here and I can raise this setup up one more level, and then it'll hide the inner workings here. So I do have an option if I want to kind of rework stuff. That's a lot to rework, but it's really not that bad. So if I'm really committed to the lava door, it could be a good solution. It's just funny that even with the lava door, you could still open it. And the reason why this isn't ideal, Alith, is because it's not just that if they open the door, it's a bad thing. It's that if they open the door without pressing the button, even though this is a good deterrent, it breaks everything. Watch what's about to happen. Well, yeah, like lava is flowing all over the place in there. So, I mean, this isn't the worst, though. I guess it's like a way to be like, error, you cannot enter. But then they're going to press the button after this, right? Because they're going to be like, oh no, I messed up. And then everything is in reverse. And now the door's closed, the waterfalls are open, but the lava's gone. So you see, no matter what, I can't just leave the door accessible with the lava. Like, it just doesn't. It's gonna make this all super confusing and weird. And I like my designs to make sense. I want them to feel functional, but I want them to feel realistic. That's why I'm not satisfied with it to be janky. I'm not satisfied with it being janky because it's fun. You know, I want it to make sense for my little universe here, you know. All right, I'm done though. I've had enough designing today. 2 days of designing in a row. I'll tell you, we are out of here. Thank you for coming out, everybody. Thanks for coming and jamming today. I hope y'all had a great Saturday hanging out here with the broadcast. We're gonna call it here. We'll be back tomorrow for we have a sponsored segment. So we'll be doing a sponsored segment for a game tomorrow. Come on by and check it out. It's like an MMORPG. And if you'd like to support my stream outside of the free ways, or rather the monetary ways, there's another free way, and that's tuning in during a sponsored segment. It would be appreciated. So if you ain't got nothing else going on, but we're not just doing that. We'll probably do that first. We're probably going to hang out for 30 minutes, maybe an hour. Then we'll load up this game, we'll play it, and then we'll game switch to something else later. So that's, I think, the flow tomorrow. So we'll start the stream, we'll hang out for 30 minutes or so. Then we're going to start playing this new game, like right out the gate, basically. Yeah, so we'll be here at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we'll start playing the new game around 9. Well, you know, 8 a.m., 8:30. You know me at this point. In the 8 range. In the 8 range. No, we're checking out a game called Forever. It's an indie, low-budget MMO on Steam. It honestly looks pretty good. The art style looks pretty good. But just come on by tomorrow to check it out. Just come on by tomorrow to check it out. Yeah, why don't you don't even worry. Just come on by tomorrow and check it out. It'll be dope. It'll be worth checking out. It ain't Raid Shadow Legends, Kappa. We don't do those types of sponsorships anymore. We've done one of them back in 2019. And we got $1,000 and we donated it to charity. That was my way to stick my middle finger up to Raid Shadow Legends. It was my first ever sponsorship. I was a brand new streamer. So I sat down with my chat and I said, hey guys, can I do this? And the 30 people there were like, yeah, we'll support this. And I said, okay, but if we do this, if we actually succumb to the Raid Shadow Legends, we're going to donate the money to an autism awareness foundation that our friend Cinderella picked out. And that's what we did. So we've only ever done one mobile nonsense freaking sponsorship, and we donated all the money. We didn't even earn $1 off of it anyways. So that's how we roll around here, y'all. On that note, this is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyro Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace.